We turn next to another of Kant's definitions of reason. In one place he seeks to indicate the essential difference between 244. Understanding and reason by describing the former as vermogender regeln, and the latter as vermogender principien. His explanation of the term erkenntnis aus principien is that such knowledge would, solely by means of concepts, apprehend the particular as contained in the universal. We shall do well to elaborate this point a little further. The ideal of purely rational knowledge could be realized in one of two ways. Either the mere formation of a concept is by itself sufficient to guarantee the actual existence of what has been conceived of in thought, or else, when a concept has been formed, it is immediately certain that we shall find really existing instances of the general idea entertained. Kant takes a great deal of trouble to show that the understanding is wholly incapable of meeting reason's demand for a form of knowledge which would proceed by purely intellectual means. The fundamental propositions set out in the Transcendental Analytic are, as he puts it, anything rather than knowledge based on concepts. They owe their meaningfulness entirely to the fact that they stand in relation to sensible intuition, and this is why it is clearly impossible to think of them as the expression of intellectual activity pure and simple. Kant sums up his position as follows: the understanding can, then, never supply any synthetic modes of knowledge derived from concepts, and it is such modes of knowledge that are properly, without qualification, to be entitled principles. The whole point of Kant's inquiry in the dialectic is, of course, to establish that purely rational knowledge is impossible. It remains to be asked, however, whether he can be fairly accused of taking too lenient a view of the metaphysical dogma that intelligence can by its own unaided efforts become the source of knowledge. In raising this issue, we shall do well to begin by saying a word about the motives which have prompted the philosophers of rationalism to postulate a realm of things consciousness of which is accomplished by pure thought. What is ultimately responsible for their standpoint would seem to be the attitude they adopt towards empirical facts. These facts have, according to them, an essential element of contingency about them, a fact ascertained by reason and understanding. 245 Way of experience is never necessary in the true sense, i.e. in the sense that its non-being would be unthinkable. But knowledge which is to be worthy of the name requires precisely the sort of necessity, and it is evident further that such knowledge cannot corn about except as the result of a reasoning which is wholly a priori in character. Indeed, if the actual existence of a thing allows a being established by purely intellectual means, it follows that its non-being is inconceivable, and that, in the exercise of such knowledge, we are directed towards entities the reality of which can never be in doubt, on the ground that it is implied by the very thought of them. The task Kant sets himself in the dialectic is to examine this rationalist conception of truth and reality. His final conclusions are that the aim of rationalist philosophy is unattainable, and that it is not even a particularly desirable aim. However, as we have noted on a previous occasion, he is prepared to make an important concession to the rationalist standpoint, namely, that a good deal of initial plausibility is to be conceded to the thesis that human reason can lead us beyond experience, and give us entry into a realm of sense-transcendent realities. That so many of his predecessors should have thought fit to adopt a policy of strict rationalism is, according to Kant, precisely what was to be expected. He does indeed insist that the notions of truth, reality, necessity, etc., in fact, all those which have played a dominant part in what he calls dogmatic metaphysics stand in need of drastic reinterpretation. Yet he agrees, at the same time, that, if they have been persistently misunderstood in the past, this has been perfectly natural and, to a large extent, inevitable. It would be a mistake, I believe, to seek to find fault with Kant for the patience he shows in his treatment of speculative metaphysics. Such an objection would, in any case, betray a serious lack of historical perspective. To illustrate this point, I may be permitted to refer briefly to Hume's philosophy and the view he takes of the standard set up by rationalism. Hume acknowledges that all matters of fact involve an element of contingency, inasmuch as they can be safely denied without self-contradiction. As he puts it, the contrary of every matter of fact is still possible. He attaches a great deal of importance to this tenet of his, which, to some extent at any rate, is responsible for his sceptical conclusions. This would seem to indicate that, in spite of his aversion to metaphysics, he is by no means unimpressed by the rationalist criterion of genuine knowledge. If no matter of fact can be ascertained by way of demonstration, and if, as a result, it is impossible to establish the inherent necessity of any matter of fact, this is for Hume at least part of the evidence in support of his thesis that all real knowledge is denied to the human mind. As against this, Kant draws no such conclusion, because he has convinced himself that, where factual truth and knowledge are in question, the standard of absolute, or logical, necessity is wholly inapplicable. There remains, of course, a third alternative, namely, to argue that transcendent metaphysics rests on sheer absurdities and ought to be dismissed without further ado. This is an expedient which will commend itself to a good many contemporary philosophers. However, as I have remarked before, Kant's approach to metaphysical thinking appears to me to have great advantages over what is usual at the present time, chiefly because he makes a real effort to understand the opinions he sets out to criticize. This brings us to a point closely connected with that just discussed. Kant alleges that the transcendental ideas are of the very essence of reason, and that the dialectic to which they give rise is wholly inevitable. Whenever we have recourse to a concept of reason, we come to suppose that some actual object must correspond to the idea entertained, an illusion which is so irresistible that, even after it has been recognized as such, it loses little of its original force. In taking up this position, Kant seems to me to make himself guilty of a good deal of exaggeration. That the human mind has a natural tendency towards metaphysical speculation is, I believe, an unquestionable fact, and there are thus no good grounds why one should wish to quarrel with Kant for introducing the notion of metaphysili als Naturenlage. However, that is not to say that the initial plausibility of all metaphysical reasonings must necessarily be the same. Indeed, to make out that this is so is not even consistent with the standpoint Kant himself adopts later in the Critique. He will argue, with regard to certain speculative tenets, that they are wholly artificial, that no one except the members of a certain school of philosophy has ever been impressed by them. Reason and Understanding 247 in the least, and that the plain man cannot be expected to understand them, let alone be influenced by them in any way. Other metaphysical arguments are judged quite differently, and Kant insists that they have so strong an appearance of being valid that even the most searching criticism can hardly suffice to undeceive us. To illustrate what has been said, the reader may, first of all, be referred to an observation Kant makes in the course of his inquiry into the so-called paralogisms, i.e. the arguments purporting to establish that the thinking self is a self-subsistent entity which is exempt from destruction. The merely speculative proof has never been able to exercise any influence upon the ordinary reason of men. It so stands upon the point of a hair that even the schools preserve it from falling only so long as they keep it unceasingly spinning round like a top. Even in their own eyes it yields no abiding foundation upon which anything could be built. Kant's words here show plainly enough how very unfavorably disposed he is towards the arguments relied on in rational psychology. This is in striking contrast with the attitude he takes up, for instance, towards the argument from design, or the physico-theological proof of the existence of God. This proof always deserves to be mentioned with respect. It is the oldest, the clearest, and the best suited to ordinary human reason. It enlivens the study of nature, just as it itself derives its existence and gains ever new vigor from that source. It suggests ends and purposes, where our observation would not have detected them by itself, and extends our knowledge of nature by means of the guiding concept of a special unity, the principle of which lies outside nature. This knowledge again reacts on its cause, namely upon the idea which has led to it, and so strengthens the belief in a supreme author that the belief acquires the force of an irresistible conviction. In the present context there is no need to offer any comment upon this passage except to say that Kant shows here a somewhat excessive patience with an argument he himself believes to be invalid. Neither need we cite further instances in support of our view that Kant's estimate of the value of the metaphysical tenets to be examined in the dialectic varies very considerably from case to case. The general conclusion we should wish to draw from the argument worked out in the present section is that Kant gives the reader a somewhat distorted picture of his real position, when he seeks to make out that the transcendental ideas are all more or less on the same level, and that, being natural products of our reason, they have equal powers of deluding us and leading us into error. This general statement cannot be reconciled with the procedure he will actually adopt in the dialectic proper. There is one last point I should like to touch upon briefly in the present chapter. Kant contends that, while it is indeed a serious mistake to suppose that concepts of reason allow a being employed for the purpose of determining sense-transcendent realities, these concepts have nonetheless an important part to play in the organization of empirical knowledge. To bring out the difference between his own standpoint and that adopted in dogmatic metaphysics, he draws a distinction between the proper use of transcendental ideas, as merely regulative principles, and their improper use, as principles considered to be constitutive of real objects. Now the trouble here is Kant's failure to give sufficient indication that, even on his own showing, the various ideas of reason are very far from being on a footing of complete equality. To take an example, in the chapter where he sets out to demolish the argument which bases itself upon the idea of the soul as a supersensible reality, there is no evidence at all that Kant believes this idea to be capable of serving as a fruitful principle of empirical investigation. Certain passages are found, later in the Critique, which suggest that even the idea of the self as a simple and indestructible substance has a useful part to play in the guidance of our empirical studies. Yet this would seem to be little more than an afterthought which cannot be taken very seriously. In his exposition of the so-called cosmological ideas and of the idea of a supreme intelligence, on the other hand, Kant adopts a quite different course, and never leaves us in any doubt that he thinks of them as forming the basis of certain principles which cannot be dispensed with in our study of nature. The question whether his teaching in this matter is defensible must be left for later consideration. However, we shall do well to take note here that, in the general observations made at the beginning of the dialectic, Kant fails to pay proper attention to certain important differences between his transcendental ideas which subsequently he is compelled to acknowledge, at least by implication. Chapter 11. Kant's treatment of the metaphysical theory of the self. Kant's inquiry into what he calls the rational doctrine of the soul was rewritten in its entirety for the second edition of the Critique. His original argument is far more elaborate than its substitute, and considers the rationalist view of the self in much greater detail. Yet it is precisely this which has made me decide to disregard the earlier version. The doctrine against which Kant's criticism is directed, that of rational or metaphysical psychology, has gone entirely out of fashion. According to this doctrine, the thinking self allows a being proved to be an independent, immaterial, and imperishable substance. This is, of course, a thesis which will be unhesitatingly rejected by the great majority of contemporary philosophers, with their essentially empiricist and anti-metaphysical outlook. And we may note further that even those whose thinking proceeds along rationalist lines have, generally speaking, been at pains to dissociate themselves from the views which were prevalent among Kant's predecessors. I am well aware that Kant's arguments in the first edition contain a good deal which is of considerable interest and importance. However, since they are extremely long-winded, and since Kant engages here in a minute examination of a view which will rightly be regarded as wholly lacking in plausibility, our purposes will surely be served very much better, if we confine ourselves to a consideration of the more comprehensive and summary treatment which the metaphysical theory of the self receives in the second edition of the Critique. One statement occurs repeatedly in the course of Kant's inquiry, namely, that rational psychology is a science built upon the single proposition I think. As he puts it in one place, the I think is the sole text of rational psychology, and from it the whole of its teaching has to be developed. 250. We may here, first of all, remind the reader that Kant's term I think is liable to be misunderstood. What it is supposed to signify is not a psychological state in which individual minds find themselves, but a general logical condition which we are entitled to postulate because otherwise there is no way of accounting for the fact of perceptual knowledge. Kant has sought to show in the analytic that, if we are to be in a position to explain the ability of the human mind to enunciate valid propositions about matters of fact, these propositions must be thought of as issuing in, and referring to, a thinking self. Or to put it in a different way, the knowledge which human minds enjoy is invariably grounded in, and dependent upon, transcendental apperception, or unity of consciousness, which should be regarded as the ultimate source of all our knowledge, and as that apart from which there could be no such thing as judgment in the proper sense of that word. Now, if we set out to inquire into the essential difference between Kant's teaching in this matter and the teaching of those whom he attacks in the chapter on the so-called paralogisms, the position is found to be as follows. He is indeed convinced that the thinking self is involved not only in all judgments concerning matters of fact but in purely analytic judgments as well, for what he calls the eye of apperception is regarded by him as the supreme condition of thought, or understanding, in general. Yet he is most insistent, at the same time, that the thinking self can on no account be hypostatized, and that it ought not to be conceived of as a real entity. Moreover, he holds that this is precisely the error committed by those who, while attending to the element of pure thought in perceptual knowledge, come to imagine that the conception of the thinking self may assist them in their endeavor to get beyond the field of sensible reality. The reasoning upon which Kant relies in his examination of rational psychology contains nothing essentially new. Indeed, every point he makes has been previously touched upon on several occasions. On the other hand, it is, I think, undeniable that certain important features of his teaching are now brought into much greater prominence than before. To take an example, when, in the deduction and the analytic of principles, Kant expounded his view of the ultimate presuppositions of experience, he insisted all Kant's treatment of the metaphysical theory 251 along that perceptual knowledge could never come about, unless the given was brought before the thinking self, before transcendental apperception, before the unity of consciousness, or whatever other expression he might choose to signify that which he regards as the fundamental condition of our having proper awareness of sensible reality. We have previously shown that Kant's use of language is inconvenient in more ways than one, and in the present context we may confine our attention to one particular difficulty. The thinking self is, according to Kant, the root of all our understanding of things, if we are to be in a position to bring out what is involved in the fact of empirical knowledge, we cannot but postulate such a self. Might we not suspect, then, that Kant must, after all, have the intention of attributing to the thinking self an actual existence of its own, and that he regards it as a thing, as it were, which possesses certain properties in virtue of which it is distinguished from all other realities. So long as our preoccupation is with the first part of the critique, such a suspicion is in a way natural enough. Yet, as we turn to what he has to say about the metaphysical view of the self, we note how far he is from regarding the conception of the thinking self as standing for something actually existent. For the very point of his criticism is that the self, as merely thinking, cannot be dealt with as a separate entity, and that it should on no account be treated as if it were a thing or an object. As we set out to make discoveries about the nature of consciousness in general, we come to realize that we are dealing with a mere abstraction which cannot be said to have any real qualities at all. Indeed, the notion of the pure self turns out not to be properly significant in two senses, namely, that nothing whatever can become known by way of consciousness alone, and secondly, that consciousness as such cannot be thought of as an actual entity. This is the proper place for saying a little more about the general procedure Kant adopts in his refutation of rational psychology. It is, of course, perfectly clear to him what is the motive which prompts the supporters of the doctrine to engage in their arduous enterprise. They wish to prove the immortality of the soul, and they believe it to be possible to establish this by way of showing that the human mind, qua thinking, must be allowed to be a spiritual substance, which, being entirely separate from anything material, can suffer no change, and in consequence is exempt from annihilation and destruction. Now, if Kant feels obliged to repudiate this reasoning, this is not so much because of the way in which it starts. Indeed, he himself is convinced that, when we entertain the idea of the self, solely inasmuch as it has the capacity for thought, the reference is to something which is essentially nonsensible and non-empirical. Still, however ready he may be to make this admission, he has no doubt at all that the speculative theory of self rests upon entirely false premises. For it supposes, quite erroneously, that the bare notion of the intelligent self suffices to establish the actual existence of a reality corresponding to what has been conceived of in thought, and that the reality in question allows of having certain properties assigned to it which go to distinguish it, as a spiritual existent, from purely material existence. It will be well to note here that Kant takes a perfectly simple and straightforward course when he sets out to show up the fatal weakness of the view which treats the thinking self as a self-subsistent reality. He examines the various statements which his opponents in the argument believe themselves entitled to make about the spiritual self. And in each case he arrives at the conclusion that what are, in actual fact, mere implications logically involved in the very conception of a thinking self, are here mistaken for real qualities of a supersensible substance. It would be a waste of time to worry ourselves about particular points of Kant's exposition, since the theory of mind he seeks to refute is completely out of date, so that no present-day philosopher will be prepared to attach much importance to it. The main trend of Kant's criticism, on the other hand, will be grasped easily enough, even though no special attention be paid to the way in which it is applied in detail. The general view he takes of the method relied upon in rational psychology is summed up very clearly in the following passage. This brings us to the question why Kant regarded it as absolutely. Kant's treatment of the metaphysical theory 253 essential, in the interests of his own theory of knowledge, that the metaphysical view of the self should once and for all be shown to untenable. The answer is contained in the following passage. Indeed, it would be a great stumbling block, or rather would be the one unanswerable objection to our whole critique, if there were a possibility of proving a priori that all thinking beings are in themselves simple substances, and that consequently personality is inseparable from them, and that they are conscious of their existence as separate and distinct from all matter. For by such procedure we should have taken a step beyond the world of sense, and have entered the field of noumena, and no one could then deny our right of advancing yet further in this domain, indeed of settling in it, and should our star prove auspicious, of establishing claims to permanent possession. The proposition, every thinking being is, as such, a simple substance, is a synthetic a priori proposition. It is synthetic in that it goes beyond the concept from which it starts, and adds to the thought in general the mode of existence. It is a priori in that it adds to the concept a predicate which cannot be given in any experience. It would then follow that synthetic a priori propositions are possible and admissible, not only, as we have asserted, in relation to objects of possible experience, and indeed as principles of the possibility of this experience, but that they are applicable to things in general and to things in themselves, a result that would make an end of our whole critique, and would constrain us to acquiesce in the old-time procedure. I do not propose to comment upon Kant's argument in this passage. For the reader who is familiar with what has been said in the earlier chapters of this book will know well enough how I should interpret it, and to what extent I should be prepared to agree with Kant's point of view. However, there is one general observation I may be allowed to make in the present context. I have no doubt at all that the arguments Kant brings forward in the Transcendental Analytic are sufficiently strong to serve as a refutation of any metaphysical doctrine of the self, however different such a doctrine might be from that coming under examination in the chapter on the paralogisms. 254. The principal points of Kant's criticism of rational psychology are summed up once again in the following passage. The dialectical illusion in rational psychology arises from the confusion of an idea of reason, the idea of a pure intelligence, with the completely undetermined concept of a thinking being in general. I think myself on behalf of a possible experience, at the same time abstracting from all actual experience, and I conclude therefrom that I can be conscious of my existence even apart from experience and its empirical conditions. In so doing I am confusing the possible abstraction from my empirically determined existence with the supposed consciousness of a possible separate existence of my thinking self, and I thus come to believe that I have knowledge that what is substantial in me is the transcendental subject. But all that I really have in thought is simply the unity of consciousness, on which, as the mere form of knowledge, all determination is based. Kant's argument here raises no special difficulties in view of his previous explanations. However, it will be well worth our while to bring his view of consciousness in general into greater prominence than we have found possible up to now. He is very positive on one point. Any denial of consciousness in general is entirely out of the question, for it invariably underlies all our empirical knowledge. Its presence must indeed be presupposed whenever we form a concept or enunciate a proposition, no matter whether such a proposition is analytic or synthetic. Or to put it in a different way, the thinking self, transcendental apperception, consciousness in general, or whatever else one may wish to call it, is the ultimate basis of discursive intelligence which, apart from it, is incapable of expressing itself in any way whatsoever. Kant's negative statements about consciousness in general may be set out thus. Consciousness in general cannot, by itself, rise to any knowledge. Although consciousness in general must be allowed to be a necessary condition of all knowledge, it is impossible to commit oneself to any more specific assertion concerning it. It is true enough that, apart from such consciousness, nothing whatever can become known to us as actually existent, yet it must not itself be taken to stand for any reality. Consciousness in general has the status neither of an appearance nor that of a thing in itself. The object revealed to us, when we have no. Kant's treatment of the metaphysical theory 255 leg or experience of ourselves, is by no means identical with the factor of pure consciousness underlying all proper knowledge or experience. And as regards the former, it is indeed impossible to deny that, in the last analysis, it turns out to be nothing more than mere appearance. The above points are, of course, closely connected with one another. However, since the first two have been previously discussed in some detail, it will be sufficient if we confine our attention to the remaining ones. Considerable importance should, I believe, be attached to Kant's thesis that the self, qua mere intelligence, cannot be said to be either phenomenal or noumenal in character. Indeed, the student who is sufficiently familiar with Kant's complicated terminology can, by simply attending to his teaching in this matter, be spared a great deal of serious misunderstanding. Let us illustrate this by an example. In seeking to refute the method employed by the supporters of rational psychology, Kant argues in a good many places that the thinking self is inaccessible to human knowledge, and that this is so because it is already presupposed by every concept we may wish to apply to it. This way of talking suggests two things: that Kant believes our inability to understand ourselves in our character as purely intellectual beings to be due to certain inevitable limitations of our knowledge, and that the term thinking self signifies in Kant's philosophy the same as the term intelligible self. However, in taking note of Kant's refusal to assign the thinking self either to the realm of phenomena or to that of noumena, we are made aware how impossible it is to attribute to him views such as these. For although his manner of expression is certainly queer, it is evident enough what he means to convey by his contention. The intelligent self, which is at the root of perceptual experience, does not stand for any reality at all, either sensible or non-sensible, and the only status applicable to it is that of a basic condition involved in knowledge, or thought, in general. This brings us to Kant's further point, namely, that the self revealed to us in the knowledge we have of ourselves has the character of an appearance, as distinct from that of a thing in itself. As we have previously made clear, there are no good grounds for seriously objecting to Kant's teaching in this matter. All he means. 25.6. To assert is that self-knowledge and knowledge of external objects are on precisely the same footing, in so far as what becomes known manifests itself by way of being given, and, in consequence, has to be distinguished from supersensible realities, such as could be the concern only of a type of knowledge entirely different from that which we enjoy, i.e. one that proceeded by way of intellectual intuition or intuitive understanding. Moreover, we have noted before that Kant's distinction between appearance and thing in itself is particularly unobjectionable when he uses it in application to the special case of the self. In contending that the self, qua known, can have none but a purely phenomenal status assigned to it, he manages to make it very clear that the fact of self-knowledge does not, in his view, entitle us to draw any metaphysical conclusions whatsoever. Again, while Kant is convinced that physical objects are appearances of things as they really are in themselves, a thesis which we have tried to show to be wholly indefensible, a corresponding suggestion is almost entirely absent, when he declares the introspected self to be nothing more than an appearance. It is perfectly true, of course, that, in his Ethics, Kant attributes to the moral self a noumenal or nonsensible character, and that he considers the self, inasmuch as it is the source of our consciousness of moral obligation, to be something which has a metaphysical reality. However, before we proceed to inquire into the significance of this thesis, it is necessary to add some further comments. One of the difficulties about Kant's argument in the chapter on the paralogisms is that a theory which is, in actual fact, entirely revolutionary in character, is expounded in the conventional vocabulary of 18th-century rationalism. To take an example, Kant's central thesis is that a fundamental act of intelligence is required by all knowledge proper, i.e. knowledge inasmuch as it manifests itself through the instrumentality of explicitly formulated propositions about matter of fact. Now, in proceeding to give a description of that which he regards as the ultimate presupposition of all factual truth, Kant thinks fit, in countless places, to have recourse to expressions such as consciousness in general, self-consciousness, unity of self-consciousness, etc., and these terms are seriously misleading in several ways. First, we may come to Kant's treatment of the metaphysical theory 257 make the mistake of supposing that they signify a mental operation to be performed by the individual knower. Secondly, when the principle, which is declared to underlie all knowledge, is described as that of consciousness or self-consciousness, the implication would appear to be that it is easily accessible and that we are particularly well acquainted with it. Thirdly, in putting forward the view that all awareness of sensible reality is, in the last resort, dependent on self-consciousness, Kant fails to make it sufficiently clear that self-consciousness, in this narrow and technical sense, denotes something quite different from what is ordinarily understood by it, i.e. that which a person can find out about himself and his various states of mind. \VE may confine our comments to the second point, since we have dealt with the other two on many previous occasions. And what we must chiefly note here is that Kant brings forward a good many arguments which may serve to correct the misunderstanding to which his inadequate terminology is apt to give rise. By way of illustration, we may be permitted to refer to the following passage. How, indeed, should it be possible, by means of the unity of consciousness which we only know because we cannot but make use of it, as indispensable for the possibility of experience to pass out beyond experience, and even to extend our knowledge to the nature of all thinking beings in general, through the empirical, but in respect of every sort of intuition the quite indeterminate proposition, I think. This shows clearly enough how far Kant is from imagining that unity of consciousness has anything particularly luminous or transparent about it. On the contrary, the only thing which can be said about it at all is that it is a necessary condition of experience, and even this is by no means immediately apparent but can be discovered only by a laborious inquiry into the ultimate presuppositions of perceptual knowledge. Kant's complaint against those who wish to deal with the problem of the self on strictly rationalist lines is, as we have seen, the following. They are naive enough to suppose that the notion of consciousness in general, which signifies nothing at all except the factor of intelligence in sense experience, can be made use of for the purposes of transcendent speculation. 25.8. I propose to devote the remainder of the present chapter to the discussion of an issue which will be agreed to be of considerable interest and importance. Kant adopts in his theoretical philosophy a rigidly anti-metaphysical point of view. However, as everybody knows, the position is quite different in his ethical writings. Not only does he believe that the moral self must be assigned to an intelligible sphere, but he even suggests in certain places that consciousness of moral obligation involves, in some sort of way, the notion of indestructible se-one-food. In view of this, we may be permitted to make a number of comments upon Kant's theory of morals, and in particular to raise the question whether it is in any way inconsistent with the theory of perceptual knowledge which is advocated in the first critique. As regards the problem of the self, Kant prepares the reader, in the chapter on the paralogisms, for the possibility that an analysis of the principle of morality may well have the effect of giving us certainty with regard to a purely intelligible aspect of the self. Should it be granted that we may in due course discover, not in experience but in certain laws of the pure employment of reason, ground for regarding ourselves as legislating completely a priori in regard to our own existence, and as determining this existence, there would be thereby revealed a spontaneity through which our reality would be determinable, independently of the conditions of empirical intuition. And we should also become aware that in the consciousness of our existence there is contained a something a priori which can serve to determine our existence, as being related, in respect of a certain inner faculty, to a nonsensible intelligible world. Yet nothing is thereby lost, as regards the right, nay, the necessity of postulating a future life in accordance with the principles of the practical employment of reason. The proofs which are serviceable for the world at large all preserve their entire value undiminished, and indeed, upon the surrender of these dogmatic pretensions, gain in clearness and natural force. For reason is then located in its own peculiar sphere, namely, the order of ends, which is also at the same time an order of nature, and since it is in itself not only a theoretical but also a practical faculty, and as such is not bound to natural conditions, it is justified in extending the order of ends, and therewith. Kant's treatment of the metaphysical theory 259 our own existence, beyond the limits of experience and off-life. If we judged according to analogy with the nature of living beings in this world, in dealing with which reason must necessarily adopt the principle that no organ, no faculty, no impulse, indeed nothing whatsoever is either superfluous or disproportioned to its use, and that therefore nothing is purposeless, but everything exactly conformed to its destiny in this life. If we judged by such an analogy, we should have to regard man, as the only creature which is accepted from it. Man's natural endowments, not merely his talents and the impulses to enjoy them, but above all else the moral law within him, go so far beyond all the utility and advantage which he may derive from them in this present life, that he learns thereby to prize the mere consciousness of a righteous will as being, apart from all advantageous consequences, apart even from the shadowy reward of posthumous fame, supreme over all other values, and so feels an inner call to fit himself, by his conduct in this world, and by the sacrifice of many of its advantages, for citizenship in a better world upon which he lays hold in idea. This powerful and incontrovertible proof is reinforced by our ever-increasing knowledge of purposiveness in all that we see around us, and by the contemplation of the immensity of creation, and therefore also by the consciousness of a certain illimitableness in the possible extension of our knowledge, and of a striving commensurate therewith. All this still remains to us, but we must renounce the hope of comprehending, from the merely theoretical knowledge of ourselves, the necessary continuance of our existence. In proceeding to a discussion of the passages quoted, we may point out, first of all, that Kant's argument is in several ways seriously misleading. For example, his words would seem to guess the view that practical reason is competent to assure us of the existence of an intelligible world and an intelligible self, and even that the fact of moral consciousness is sufficient to furnish incontrovertible proof of the immortality of the soul. Moreover, Kant appears to contend that the presence of purposiveness everywhere in nature is an indubitable fact capable of establishing the reality of a specific order of ends, that man, qua moral, does not belong to the natural realm but to a supernatural one, and lastly, that man's 260 moral self, in virtue of which he holds citizenship in a better world, is indestructible and must continue forever. Now the trouble about statements such as these is that they seem to have the purpose of retracting, or at least qualifying, the teaching of the first critique according to which the human mind is strictly confined to knowledge of sense-given phenomena. And this would indeed be a most serious matter, were it not known from Kant's works on ethics that, however certain he may feel with regard to the essentially intelligible character of the moral principle, he has nowhere the least intention of modifying his original view concerning the inevitable limitations of our theoretical knowledge. In other words, while he is indeed a convinced metaphysician in matters of morality, he yet wishes to adhere strictly to his anti-metaphysical standpoint in matters of epistemology. This is why the passages at present under consideration must be said to give a somewhat distorted picture of his real position, and we shall do well to interpret them in the light of his later doctrine. Let us concern ourselves, first of all, with what he has to say about natural teleology and its relation to moral teleology. His remarks in the chapter on the paralogisms convey the idea that he conceives of natural purposiveness as a plain matter of fact which, at the same time, may serve to give confirmation of the existence of a nonsensible realm of moral ends. However, in examining Kant's later works and in particular, his critique of judgment, we find that the point of view he finally adopts is, in reality, quite different from this. In what follows I shall set out the principal features of his teaching. It is perfectly true that Kant considers the concept of an end to be one which has its origin in reason. Moreover, he believes that, when we think of ourselves and others as moral ends, and when certain objects are investigated under the guidance of the principle of design, the two cases are, in some sort of way, analogous to one another. However, those who are familiar with Kant's analysis of the teleological principle in the Third Critique can have no doubt at all that the doctrine offered is essentially anti-metaphysical in character, and that it shows certain features which go to distinguish it clearly from a theory of the speculative type. The points to which special attention should be paid are the following. No natural object can ever be positively asserted to owe its origin to design. Kant's treatment of the metaphysical theory 261. All we are entitled to presume is something like this. There are no grounds why, in studying certain natural objects, we should not have recourse to a special sort of principle wholly distinct from that of mechanism which involves the conception of an end, inasmuch as the parts of the object are thought of as standing in a special functional relation to the whole. The idea of design is by no means applicable to any and every natural object, neither is it applicable to nature as a whole. Although no satisfactory explanation of organic phenomena can be obtained, apart from the principle of teleology, this gives us no right whatsoever to suppose anything in nature to be due to supernatural agency. On the contrary, any assertion of this sort, especially when it is made in reference to nature as a whole, must be declared to be wholly illegitimate. It is hardly ever seriously suggested that the fact of design in nature may serve to support the thesis that human beings have, qua moral agents, to be regarded as ends in themselves. Instead, the general assumption appears to be both in the Third Critique and in Kant's writings on ethics that moral teleology can stand on its own feet. And as for natural teleology, he insists throughout that it should not be regarded as a matter of fact in the strict sense of that term. Our next business is with Kant's suggestion in the chapter on the paralogisms that our consciousness of moral obligation may, after all, suffice to establish the reality of an intelligible self and an intelligible world. In point of fact, as we have seen, he even hints that practical philosophy might provide us with a satisfactory proof of the immortality of the soul. The difficulty about assertions of this sort is that they give but little indication of the highly sophisticated and complex character of Kant's moral teaching. We shall do well, therefore, to inquire into the proper meaning of his thesis that human beings, in recognizing themselves as subject to morality, gain access to a supernatural and nonsensible realm. The first point to be noted is that, according to Kant, practical reason reveals to us one fact and one fact only, namely, the moral law itself. Even as regards freedom, he is firmly convinced that it must inevitably take second place, and that, apart from our consciousness of moral obligation, we should have no right whatever to conceive of ourselves as free. Moreover, Kant insists that, should other ideas be found to be bound up with the moral law, for example, the idea of God, that of an intelligible self, and that of an intelligible world, or kingdom of ends, there can be no doubt at all that they pertain not to theoretical but to practical reason, and that they are intended exclusively for practical use. In other words, Kant's view is that the conceptions in question signify an ideal state of affairs, to be brought into being by way of our conduct, as distinct from mysterious nonsensible entities, which unfortunately happen to be beyond the reach of our knowledge. This point is of the very greatest importance, since it may serve to explain how Kant is led to take up, in matters of morality, a position resolutely opposed to naturalism, while, at the same time, rigidly adhering to his tenet that, in our theoretical knowledge, we are wholly confined to nature. Kant's standpoint may best be stated in terms such as the following. Not only does he believe that the human mind is, in actual fact, debarred from having knowledge of the sense transcendent. He believes that such knowledge would be somewhat profitless, and that the notion of the supersensible can at least for human beings become meaningful and fruitful only in one way, namely, by being made to stand for an ideal of conduct, which is to determine us in respect of the attitude we adopt towards ourselves and others, in contradistinction from a static reality to be cognized by the intellect. I may mention in passing that I am essentially in agreement with Kant's thesis that moral consciousness refers the human mind to a sense-transcendent order. However, the remarks I have made have not had the purpose of defending Kant's ethical teaching. To engage in such an enterprise would in any case be out of place in a book whose concern is with the theoretical part of his philosophy. All I have wanted to show is that his views on epistemology and morality are perfectly compatible. In what follows I shall elaborate this point a little further. Many critics have argued that Kant cannot be allowed to be in real earnest in the attack he delivers upon speculative metaphysics. How else could he, in his moral philosophy, reintroduce the metaphysical notions of God, freedom, and immortality? I believe an objection of this sort to be due to a misconception of Kant's posy. Kant's treatment of the metaphysical theory 26 Thretion. His view that the notions in question are somehow involved in moral consciousness does indeed give rise to very serious difficulties, and I for one should be prepared to concede even that he fails to solve the problem of freedom, and that there is little of permanent value in what he has to say about the manner in which freedom and natural necessity allow a being reconciled with one another. On the other hand, it ought to be kept clearly in mind that, although Kant does indeed allege that the transcendental ideas of God, freedom, and immortality have an important part to play in the sphere of practice, he never wavers in his conviction that no knowledge whatever can be attained by their means. In what follows I shall quote a most interesting passage from the Critique of Practical Reason, which contains a particularly lucid statement of Kant's position in this matter. Suppose now that in this matter nature had conformed to our wish, and had given us that capacity of discernment or that enlightenment which we would gladly possess, or which some imagine they actually possess, what would in all probability be the consequence? Unless our whole nature were at the same time changed, our inclinations, which always have the first word, would first of all demand their own satisfaction, and, joined with rational reflection, the greatest possible and most lasting satisfaction, under the name of happiness, the moral law would afterwards speak, in order to keep them within their proper bounds, and even to subject them all to a higher end, which ha no regard to inclination. But instead of the conflict that the moral disposition has now to carry on with the inclinations, in which, though after some defeats, moral strength of mind may be gradually acquired, God and eternity with their awful majesty would stand unceasingly before our eyes. Transgression of the law would, no doubt, be avoided, what is commanded would be done, but the mental disposition, from which actions ought to proceed, cannot be infused by any command, and in this case the spur of action is ever active and external, so that reason has no need to exert itself in order to gather strength to resist the inclinations by a lively representation of the dignity of the law. Hence most of the actions that conform to the law would be done from fear, a few only from hope, and none at all from duty, and the moral worth of actions, on which alone in the eyes of supreme wisdom the worth of the person and even that of the world depends, would cease to exist. As long as the nature of man remains what it is, his conduct would thus be changed into mere mechanism, in which, as in a puppet show, everything would gesticulate well, but there would be no life in the figures. Now, when it is quite otherwise with us, when with all the effort of our reason we have only a very obscure and doubtful view into the future, when the governor of the world allows us only to conjecture his existence and his majesty, not to behold them or prove them clearly, and, on the other hand, the moral law within us, without promising or threatening anything with certainty, demands of us disinterested respect, and only when this respect has become active and dominant does it allow us by means of it a prospect into the world of the supersensible, and then only with weak glances. All this being so, there is room for true moral disposition, immediately devoted to the law, and a rational creature can become worthy of sharing in the summum bonum that corresponds to the worth of his person and not merely to his actions. Thus what the study of nature and of man teaches us sufficiently elsewhere may well be true here also, that the unsearchable wisdom by which we exist is not less worthy of admiration in what it has denied than in what it has granted. 245-6. Before I conclude the present chapter, I may be permitted to make a number of further comments upon the part which the idea of the intelligible self plays in Kant's theory of ethics. It is interesting to observe how a conception, which had previously all real meaning denied to it, is given new significance in Kant's account of the moral life. The view he took of the supernatural and sense-transcendent self of rational psychology was that it was nothing more than a shadowy abstraction. However, the situation is for him radically altered, once the term intelligible self is understood as referring to the personality of man, inasmuch as he allows his conduct to be governed by the demands of morality. This reinterpretation has one great advantage among others: when the intelligible and the moral self are treated as equivalents, it is made apparent that the supersensible self should not be regarded as an actual entity to be found somewhere in a realm inaccessible to Kant's treatment of the metaphysical theory 265. Empirical observation. Selfhood does not, in the case under consideration, stand for a self-subsistent reality existing in its own right, but for something which we are called upon to realize and bring into existence. There is another matter to which I should like to draw attention once again in the present context, namely, that Kant's distinction between the phenomenal and the noumenal self, between man's empirical and intelligible character, raises far fewer difficulties than his general distinction between appearances and things in themselves. That certain supersensible entities lie behind the things which become known to human minds is indeed a wholly unwarranted hypothesis. On the other hand, when Kant differentiates between the phenomenal and the noumenal, between the empirical and the intelligible self, it is very much easier to agree with his point of view, for the reasons given before, namely that the notion of the intelligible self is declared to be strictly confined to the sphere of conduct, and that, if Kant says of the self qua known that it is purely phenomenal, this is supposed to signify no more than that its status is the same as that of other objects of knowledge. This brings me to the last point I should like to make in this chapter. There are those who might wish to reject Kant's moral theory offhand, on the ground that it conceives of the nonsensible self as a plain matter of fact. Such criticism seems to me misguided. Admittedly, Kant takes great pains to show that, even though morality refers to a supersensible realm, there is nothing which would give us the right to deny the possibility of actions which are in strict accordance with the requirements of the moral law. On the other hand, he nowhere affirms the actuality of such actions, but admits that, for all we know, no such action may ever have occurred anywhere. This may serve to throw light upon the proper meaning attaching to the conception of the intelligible self in Kant's philosophy. To put the matter somewhat paradoxically, there may, on Kantian principles, never have been a single instance of nonsensible selfhood. Yet that does not by any means suffice to establish the meaninglessness of the conception of the intelligible self, for what it denotes is a practical task imposed upon us, not a matter of fact which somehow eludes our powers of knowledge. Chapter 12. Kant's criticism of speculative cosmology. We have on a previous occasion offered our comments upon Kant's description of reason as the faculty of the mind which seeks to attain to the unconditioned, and we have pointed out that this general account is, properly speaking, applicable only to a certain type among Kant's transcendental ideas, i.e. those which are operative in the field of cosmology, and which purport to give us information about the universe as a whole. Our first business in the present chapter is to say a word about the manner in which Kant arrives at his list of cosmological ideas. As one would expect, there is a good deal of artificiality about his argument. He suggests that reason is incompetent to evolve any concepts entirely its own, and that, as a result, no concept of reason can ever be allowed to be more than simply a category which has been employed beyond the confines of sense experience. The point of view of reason is clearly distinguished from that of the understanding, in that reason demands, in respect of certain categorical syntheses, that they should be extended to the unconditioned. As for the special case of the universe, reason proceeds, according to Kant, in the following manner. It relies upon a principle peculiarly its own, namely, that of absolute totality of conditions. And it believes itself entitled to make this claim for absolute totality, because it assumes that, if the reality of the conditioned be granted, this implies the granting of the reality of its conditions, and that, in consequence, it must be possible to make valid statements concerning the sum total of the conditions responsible for the existence of a given phenomenon. On the other hand, it is by no means any and every category which lends itself to this sort of treatment, but only a strictly limited number among them, i.e. those concepts of understanding which involve a regressive synthesis. It appears further that the presence of such a synthesis can be assumed only in the case of three categories, those of quantity, causality and necessity. 26.7. In turning to the details of Kant's theory, we shall do well to begin by considering what he has to say about the results which follow, when the principle of unconditioned totality is used in reference to the category of quantity. Kant's teaching in this matter may be set out thus. The idea of totality is, in the first instance, employed in application to that synthesis of understanding whose concern is with past conditions, that is to say, the series of conditions preceding a given phenomenon in time. It is taken for granted here that something significant can be said about such a temporal series as a whole, and that it must be declared to consist of either a finite or an infinite number of members. To put it in another way, the series is thought of as terminating in something strictly absolute, i.e. a member which is preceded by nothing at all. Or else, it is taken to go back ad infinitum, any condition which may be found being preceded by another, so that no absolute limit is ever reached. A very similar situation arises, when reason, under the guidance of its idea of absolute totality, addresses itself to spatial synthesis, i.e. that synthesis which goes beyond a given part of space, and seeks to determine the nature of the space by which it is limited and in which it is contained. It might appear, at first sight, as if this kind of synthesis were not, properly speaking, a regressive synthesis at all, seeing that space is to be regarded as an aggregate, that is to say, as something whose parts are coordinated with one another, as distinct from being subordinated to one another. However, proper reflection goes to show two things, namely, that, if one part of space is found to be limited by others, the latter must be thought of as conditions of the former, and secondly, that the synthesis by means of which we proceed from a given space to other parts of space, to be regarded as its conditions, is a process taking place in time. And from this it follows, of course, that spatial synthesis is, in fact, regressive, and further, that reason which, in virtue of its very nature, is concerned about the totality of the spatial series, is bound to take one of two views of its nature. It either declares that the series, which includes all the various spaces conditioning a given space, terminates in a first member, and in consequence, is to be regarded as finite. Or else it declares that such a series can never come to an end, and must thus be said to consist of an infinite of members. 268. Apart from the aforesaid syntheses, there is, according to Kant, Yet another quantitative synthesis, i.e. that in virtue of which a given material whole is broken up into its constituent parts. This synthesis of decomposition is likewise a regressive synthesis, that is to say, one which goes back from the condition to the series of its conditions. Further, when reason seeks to reach a definite conclusion concerning the character to be assigned to the series as a whole, only two alternatives are left open to it. It must affirm either that the synthesis of decomposition will arrive at an absolute, viz. Simple parts, and that the series of conditions is therefore to be regarded as finite. Or else reason must affirm that, since everything material always allows of further division, the synthesis of decomposition can never come to an end, and that the series of conditions is to be regarded as infinite. Note must next be taken of what Kant has to say about the two standpoints which alone are possible to reason when it comes to consider the character of the causal series. He holds on to his opinion that there are only two ways of settling the question what properties are to be assigned to a series of conditions in its entirety. The causal series must either be presumed to be finite, by reason of the fact that it allows of being shown to terminate in something absolute existing in its own right and no longer dependent on anything else. Or else, we must presume that nothing absolute can ever enter into the causal series, and that, in view of this, every given phenomenon should be thought of as being dependent on an infinity of causes. In working out his so-called fourth antinomy, Kant proceeds along exactly the same lines as he did in the case of the antinomies concerning space and time, divisibility of matter, and causation. The understanding he believes goes back from one contingent existent to another, without ever raising the question whether this regress will be brought to a halt at any point, or whether it must go on indefinitely. Reason, on the other hand, cannot be satisfied with this, and is thus compelled to assume one of two things, namely, either that a necessary existent will set an absolute limit to the series of the contingent, or alternatively that the series reaches into infinity, on the ground that no reality can ever be allowed to be necessary in the required sense. 269. Having sketched out the main features of Kant's doctrine of cosmological ideas, we turn to a critical examination of his teaching. We have already on a previous occasion expressed our dissatisfaction with the way in which Kant has recourse to certain categories, so as to extract from them a number of ideas alleged to be necessarily entertained by every human reason. However, this difficulty can, in the present instance, be removed comparatively easily. That Kant adopts an extremely forced and artificial procedure in his derivation of the cosmological ideas, is indeed obvious enough. On the other hand, it is worth noting that the ideas he actually enumerates are perfectly natural ones, and that they have frequently been used not only by professional philosophers and scientists but even by the plain man. Let us remind ourselves what they are. The idea of time, in its entirety, as having the characteristic of either finitude or infinitude. The idea of space, in its entirety, as having the characteristic of either finitude or infinitude. The idea of material wholes as containing a finite or infinite number of parts. The idea of a causal series as terminating in something existing wholly in its own right, in contradistinction from an infinite regress in respect of causal dependence. The idea that the contingent existents in this world are ultimately grounded in a necessary existent, as distinct from the idea of an uninterrupted, and therefore infinite, series of contingent existents. We have suggested that the concepts which Kant entitles cosmological ideas have found wide acceptance among laymen as well as among philosophers and scientific inquirers. Yet that is not to say, of course, that he is right in alleging that they follow from the very nature of reason, and that the human mind is in constant danger of being deluded by them, until, by way of a thorough criticism, they have been shown to be not properly meaningful at all. We have on an earlier occasion expressed our disagreement with Kant's contention that a number of fundamental ideas arise quite inevitably in our reason, and have argued that this theory would seem to imply a wholly untenable view, namely, that metaphysical thinking must take place in certain predetermined ways, the very same principles commending themselves to all speculative philosophers. This objection has surely particular force with regard to what Kant has to say about the cosmological ideas, i.e., the concepts which come into operation when reason, urged on by its principle of absolute totality, proceeds to assign certain properties to the universe as a whole. Indeed, if it is to be fully realized how impossible it is to agree with Kant's point of view in this matter, we shall do well to take proper note of an aspect of his teaching we have so far unduly ignored. Kant not merely believes that reason's concern is necessarily with the totality of space, time, etc. He holds, in addition, that, in being called upon to commit itself to definite assertions regarding space as a whole, time as a whole, etc., it becomes implicated in a dialectical situation, being compelled to give its assent to a number of propositions which, on examination, turn out to be wholly incompatible with one another. To take an example, according to Kant, reason sets out to prove, first of all, that space and time cannot be allowed to be anything but finite, while subsequently it proceeds to show that they cannot be thought of as anything but infinites, and that the contrary assumption is entirely indefensible. It is by this method that Kant arrives at his antinomies of pure reason, i.e. propositions which, on the one hand, seem equally capable of being established by way of proof, and, on the other, contradict one another in every way. In what follows I shall explain why I believe Kant's position in this matter to be indefensible. He contends that, until the warning given by his transcendental criticism has been duly noted, every human reason is bound to accept the cosmological ideas as objectively valid concepts. The first objection which must here be brought forward has been mentioned several times before. Such a thesis would seem to commit him to a view most difficult to uphold, namely, that there is, in reality, only one kind of speculative philosophy, and that metaphysical thinking has to proceed in a definitely fixed and predetermined manner. Moreover, two conclusions may surely be drawn from the fact that Kant thinks of the cosmological ideas as being the source of contradictory propositions. First, in putting forward the view that pure reason, in inquiring into the nature of the universe, is led to take up two quite different, and indeed incompatible, attitudes, Kant admits at least by implication that speculative philosophy is, in actual fact, a much more complex affair than is suggested by his description of the cosmological ideas as being of the very essence of reason. Secondly, little harm will be done if we simply ignore the proofs. 27.1. Of the antinomies which Kant brings forward, since it is clearly impossible to attach much importance to arguments he himself will later show to be entirely fallacious. What has been said so far has had the purpose of establishing the following points. First, there is no way of concurring with Kant's view that reason, in addressing itself to a consideration of the universe, must inevitably fall into contradictions, and thus become the source of certain errors and illusions which have an almost irresistible power of deceiving the human mind. Secondly, and this, of course, the immediate consequence of the criticism just made, Kant's exposition of the antinomies and in particular, his so-called proofs would seem to deserve but little serious attention. However, it will soon appear that this does not by any means hold good for the comments Kant makes upon the cosmological ideas, that is to say, for what he himself calls the solution of the antinomies of reason. To illustrate this point, we may, even at this early stage, be permitted to refer briefly to what he has to say about the antinomy concerning space and time. His principal contention is that any statement about space as a whole, or time as a whole, can, on reflection, be seen to be wholly lacking in real significance, and that nothing but nonsense can result from attempts to describe them as either finite or infinite. Now it should be obvious enough that this thesis of Kant's allows of being considered entirely on its own merits. It is in no way bound up with his thesis that human reason, unless purged by criticism, must think of space and time as finite, from one point of view, while, from another point of view, it cannot but consider them to be infinite. Moreover, Kant's doctrine, that there is no such thing as a properly significant statement about space as a whole or time as a whole, can hardly be denied to be of considerable interest and importance, if only because his teaching upon this issue runs counter to certain beliefs which, generally speaking, are shared alike by the plain man and a large number of scientists and philosophers, both in modern and earlier times. Indeed, should it be found, on examination, that Kant's position in this matter is essentially sound, quite far-reaching consequences are bound to follow. There remains the further question whether Kant has any warrant. 27.2. For his assertion that the impossibility of conceiving of space and time as either finite or infinite furnishes additional evidence that they are to be regarded as nothing more than certain general forms pertaining to mere appearances, and not to things as they really are in themselves. This is a point which cannot be profitably discussed at the present stage, and which must be left for later consideration. Before going on to concern ourselves with the various comments Kant offers upon the antinomies, we shall do well to note that he may be fairly accused of treating his metaphysical opponents somewhat unjustly. For example, he assumes throughout that human reason, unless it be made aware of its essential limitations, will inevitably come to think of space and time as either finite or infinite. But, surely, this is a distortion of the actual facts. Indeed, there have been many thinkers, since the earliest days of philosophical reflection, who realized perfectly well that space and time could not, in virtue of their very nature, have the properties of either finitude or infinitude assigned to them, and that any attempt to approach them in this way must result in irreconcilable contradictions. Such a line of reasoning was relied upon, for instance, by Zeno of Elea. Moreover, it may be remarked in passing that Kant's antinomies resemble Zeno's paradoxes in several significant respects, and that Kant himself was fully aware of that fact. We need not, in the present context, concern ourselves with the question what various conclusions pre-Kantian philosophers have drawn from their observation of the dialectical nature of space and time. One thing, however, should be fairly obvious. On the premises of his own theory of knowledge, Kant is indeed entitled to charge all metaphysicians with having engaged in a fruitless search for some absolute or other. Yet he ought not to have suggested that they were naive enough to suppose that this absolute stood in direct relation to space and time and to the sensible reality revealed by their means. On the contrary, the great majority of speculative philosophers have always been quite clear in their own minds that the absolute, or absolutes, which they sought to discover, must be conceived of as lying altogether beyond the sphere of space and time, and as having their place in a wholly sense-transcendent realm. 273. Kant's critical examination of the cosmological ideas is preceded by an introductory chapter headed "The Interest of Pure Reason in These Conflicts." In this chapter he differentiates between two fundamental principles guiding the human mind in its rational reflection upon the universe to be entitled dogmatism and empiricism of pure reason respectively. The former principle is adopted in the so-called theses of the antinomies, i.e., the propositions which postulate an absolute whenever a series of conditions comes up for consideration, while the latter principle is adopted in the antitheses, i.e. the propositions which suppose these series to go back ad infinitum. Kant has, for the time being, no intention of concerning himself with the question which of the two disputants may be objectively in the right. Instead, he proposes to raise a quite different issue, namely, to what extent each of the two standpoints will promote or hinder the various interests which human reason must necessarily have at heart. For the purposes of this investigation, a distinction is drawn between practical and theoretical interests of reason. Kant's first point is that the principle of dogmatism, to which the theses of the antinomies owe their origin, has a certain practical interest on its side. As he himself puts it, that the world has a beginning, that my thinking self is of simple and therefore indestructible nature, that it is free in its voluntary actions and raised above the compulsion of nature, and finally that all order in the things constituting the world is due to a primordial being, from which everything derives its unity and purposive connection. These are so many foundation stones of morals and religion. It is clear enough what Kant intends to convey by this general observation. The theses of the antinomies share a common feature. They allow, and in fact demand, the existence of supersensible absolutes. The antitheses, on the other hand, have the very opposite tendency. They deny that any reality other than sensible reality is even conceivable. Moreover, the thesis of the third antinomy contains the explicit assertion that, in addition to natural causation, a quite different type of causal efficacy is to be postulated, i.e. one which is due to freedom, and comes to operate in a wholly spontaneous manner, while the thesis of the fourth antinomy affirms the reality of a purely intelligible being, deriving its existence solely. 274. From itself, and ultimately responsible for everything that exists in the world. All this goes to show two things. First, Kant would seem to be essentially right in alleging that the principle underlying what he calls dogmatism of pure reason, bears a close analogy to that which guides us when we assign to ourselves a nonsensible self, or else, suppose that the universe is subservient to a designer. Secondly, he would seem to be right also in holding that the interests of morality and religion are well served by a method which causes us to have recourse to nonsensible absolutes. Having shown that reason, on its practical side, will be greatly benefited by a policy which makes us suppose, with regard to every series of conditions coming up for consideration, that it derives from an absolutely first member, Kant proceeds to argue that a certain theoretical interest of reason can likewise be satisfied in this manner. He puts this point as follows. Secondly, reason has a speculative interest on the side of the thesis. When the transcendental ideas are postulated and employed in the manner prescribed by the thesis, the entire chain of conditions and the derivation of the conditioned can be grasped completely a priori. For we then start from the unconditioned. This is not done by the antithesis, which for this reason is at a very serious disadvantage. To the question as to the conditions of its synthesis it can give no answer which does not lead to the endless renewal of the same inquiry. According to the antithesis, every given beginning compels us to advance to one still higher, every part leads to a still smaller part, every event is preceded by another event as its cause, and the conditions of existence in general rest always again upon other conditions, without ever obtaining unconditioned foothold and support in any self-subsistent being, viewed as primordial being. These words will present little difficulty to those who are familiar with the view Kant takes of the essential nature of metaphysical thinking. There is, according to him, only one standard of truly rational knowledge which the supporters of transcendent metaphysics are prepared to acknowledge as really satisfactory. Their contention is that, if matters of fact are ever to allow of becoming known, in the strict sense of that term, it must be possible, in the last resort, to deduce their inherent necessity by way of a reason 275ing which is wholly a priori in character. So long as, in seeking to explain things to ourselves, we are satisfied with simply referring to antecedent conditions, no true knowledge can be forthcoming. Instead we shall become implicated in an infinite regress, and never be in a position to find anything which could be said to be necessary in the required sense, i.e. in the sense that its reality permits of being demonstrated without reference to anything else. The demand of rationality is that, once perfect knowledge of the universe has been obtained, everything it contains will be grasped as bound up with its very conception and deducible from it. But if this sort of knowledge is to be thought of as even conceivable, reason must be allowed to assume, as a first step, that it will, in its regress from the condition to the conditions, arrive at absolutes, i.e. realities which have their own explanation entirely within themselves. This is why the procedure adopted in the theses of the antinomies cannot but be welcomed by those who consider knowledge of necessity the only kind worthy of the name, and who hold that no real insight into the nature of things can ever be obtained by a method of investigation which forces us to go back endlessly from one condition to another, without there ever being the least chance of our finding the final answer to our questionings. In concluding his comments upon the advantages offered to human reason by the dogmatic approach to problems of cosmology, Kant makes the point that this method has a great popular appeal. As he puts it, the common understanding finds not the least difficulty in the idea of the unconditioned beginning of all synthesis. A little later in the same chapter he will explain the reasons which, in his opinion, are responsible for this state of affairs, and which may serve to account for the fact that the common man is so much inclined towards dogmatism, while the opposite point of view, that of empiricism, appears to him to have no plausibility whatsoever. For the time being, we may confine our comments upon this to saying that Kant is surely right in his general estimate of the position. Indeed, if there is one thing which must have struck any philosopher who has been wise enough to acquaint himself with the opinions of those whose concern is not ordinarily with abstract questions, it is this, that the so-called plain man is, as a rule, ready enough to accept certain metaphysical 276 notions as perfectly sound, and that there is but little suspicion here that they might give rise to serious difficulties. Our next business is with what Kant has to say about empiricism and the way in which it deals with the cosmological ideas. He begins by arguing that empiricism in no way promotes the practical interests of reason. His words are as follows: in the determination of the cosmological ideas, we find on the side of empiricism, that is, of the antithesis, first, no such practical interest, as is provided by the thesis for morals and religion. On the contrary, pure empiricism appears to deprive them of all power and influence. If there is no primordial being distinct from the world, if the world is without beginning and therefore without an author, if our will is not free, and the soul is divisible and perishable like matter, moral ideas and principles lose all their validity, and share in the fate of the transcendental ideas which served as their theoretical support. This passage is self-explanatory, and we may therefore go on to concern ourselves with Kant's observations upon the merits of empiricism as a basic principle of theoretical investigation. But, secondly, in compensation, empiricism yields advantages to the speculative interest of reason, which are very attractive and far surpass those which dogmatic teaching bearing on the ideas of reason can offer. According to the principle of empiricism, the understanding is always on its own proper ground, namely, the field of genuinely possible experiences, investigating their laws, and by means of these laws affording indefinite extension to the sure and comprehensible knowledge which it supplies. Here every object, both in itself and in its relations, can and ought to be represented in intuition. There is no necessity to leave the chain of the natural order and to resort to ideas, the objects of which are not known, because, as mere thought entities, they can never be given. Indeed, the understanding is not permitted to leave its proper business, and under the pretense of having brought it to completion to pass over into the sphere of idealizing reason and to transcendent concepts, a sphere in which it is no longer necessary for it to observe and investigate in accordance with the laws of nature, but only to think and to invent. 277. In the assurance that it cannot be refuted by the facts of nature, not being bound by the evidence which they yield, but presuming to pass them by or even to subordinate them to a higher authority, namely, that of pure reason. Kant's words in this passage reveal clearly enough the attitude he takes up towards dogmatic philosophy. His main complaint against it is that it places insuperable obstacles in the way of achieving what must be regarded as the supreme aim of theoretical knowledge, namely, to arrive at a proper understanding of whatever phenomenon may be given to us. The reference to antecedent conditions to be held accountable for the phenomenon at present under investigation is in this field the only method which can hold out any promise of success. Indeed, so long as we are satisfied to follow such a procedure, we may be confident that no phenomenon will remain inexplicable in principle, and we may always hope that, by tracing its connection with others, we shall, in the end, come to understand it properly. On the other hand, it would seem difficult to deny that the strictly empiricist approach is beset by one crucial difficulty: it excludes, by its very nature, every possibility that the totality of the conditions of a phenomenon should ever be discovered, and, as a result, it always leaves room for further inquiry. It is precisely this difficulty which is noted by metaphysical philosophy, which seeks to remedy the situation by way of positing supersensible absolutes, and conceiving of them as ultimately responsible for everything existent. Such a device is supposed to assist us in our endeavor to obtain true knowledge. In fact, it has the very opposite effect, and this for two reasons. First, the sense-transcendent absolutes, which are here taken to form the only proper basis of true insight into the nature of things, are, in reality, themselves totally inexplicable, by reason of the fact that we cannot regard anything as capable of explanation at all, unless we are granted the right to refer to antecedent conditions which may serve to account for its existence. But the very point of positing absolutes is, of course, that such reference is to be excluded. Secondly, the postulate of purely intelligible entities will inevitably have the effect of leading us away from what must be said to be the sole legitimate aim of our study of nature, namely, to ascertain facts by way of observation. Instead of this, we endeavor to establish them by a process of deduction from certain general conceptions we ourselves have fabricated, a tendency which must, in the end, plainly result in our breaking off physical investigation altogether, as a task beneath our dignity and contrary to true rational insight. And what we fail to realize is that, by taking such a course, we have, in actual fact, cut ourselves off from the acquisition of any further knowledge. Kant's main point, in his comparison between the empirical and dogmatic methods, has so far been that the former offers overwhelming advantages, from the point of view of theory, the latter from that of practice. This is stated with particular clarity in a passage, where Epicureanism is singled out as a representative of empiricism, and Platonism as a representative of dogmatism. The text reads as follows. Each of the two types of philosophy says more than it knows. The former encourages and furthers knowledge, though to the prejudice of the practical; the latter supplies excellent practical principles, but it permits reason to indulge in ideal explanations of natural appearances, in regard to which a speculative knowledge is alone possible to us to the neglect of physical investigation. We turn next to what Kant has to say about the unrestricted use of the principle of empiricism. It frequently happens that empiricism becomes itself dogmatic, such dogmatism expressing itself in a denial that any reality other than sensible reality is conceivable at all. This self-assurance, on the part of the empiricist philosopher, cannot be tolerated, if only because the taking up of such an uncompromising attitude must prove injurious to the practical interests of reason. The point to be specially noted here is that Kant's refusal to concede absolute validity to the principle of empiricism is by no means exclusively due to his fear that otherwise the moral life of man might be seriously endangered. On the contrary, quite apart from any considerations for morality, he lays, throughout the critique, the greatest possible stress upon his thesis that all assertions about the supersensible, no matter whether they appear in negative or in positive form, will inevitably turn out to be meaningless, in the real sense of that word. Moreover, as regards the special case of the antitheses of the antinomies, Kant will explain more. 279. Fully later in the present chapter why he believes that the arguments adduced here, in opposition to those brought forward by the supporters of the rationalist standpoint, are themselves tainted by dogmatism. To take an example, it is confidently assumed by the anti-rationalists that anything given to us in space and time is preceded by a series of conditions consisting of an infinity of members. Clearly, since this is a statement concerning a totality of conditions, and since such totality cannot, in principle, become the object of any possible experience, it follows that the assertion in question is no longer an outcome of legitimate empiricism but of one which has itself turned dogmatic. This leads up to a point closely connected with that just discussed. V. Heil Kant has indeed no doubt that the principle of empiricism ought not to be resorted to for the purpose of declaring the supersensible to be impossible. There are two other things with regard to which he feels equally certain. First, the human mind is denied any knowledge apart from knowledge of natural phenomena and their connections. Secondly, since the dogmatic method can do nothing whatsoever for us in the way of leading us beyond sense experience, the principle of empiricism may, so long as it is used with proper care, serve as a most useful corrective. Kant explains his position in this matter in the following passage. If the empirical philosopher had no other purpose in propounding his antithesis than to subdue the rashness and presumption of those who so far misconstrue the true vocation of reason as to boast of insight and knowledge just where true insight and knowledge cease, and to represent as furthering speculative interests that which is valid only in relation to practical interests. If, I say, the empiricist were satisfied with this, his principle would be a modism urging moderation in our pretensions, modesty in our assertions, and yet at the same time the greatest possible extension of our understanding, through the teacher fittingly assigned to us, namely, through experience. Our next concern is with the remarks Kant makes upon the unpopularity of empiricism, and the various reasons responsible for what, at first sight, must seem a very odd state of affairs. Finally, as regards the third factor which has to be considered in a preliminary choice between the two conflicting parties, it is extremely surprising that empiricism should be so universally unpopular. The common understanding, it might be supposed, would eagerly adopt a program which promises to satisfy it through exclusively empirical knowledge and the rational connections thereby revealed in preference to the transcendental dogmatism which compels it to rise to concepts far outstripping the insight and rational faculties of the most practiced thinkers. But this is precisely what commends such dogmatism to the common understanding. For it then finds itself in a position in which the most learned can claim no advantage over it. If it understands little or nothing about these matters, no one can boast of understanding much more, and though in regard to them it cannot express itself in so scholastically correct a manner as those with special training, nevertheless there is no end to plausible arguments which it can propound, wandering as it does amidst mere ideas, about which no one knows anything, and in regard to which it is therefore free to be as eloquent as it pleases, whereas when matters that involve the investigation of nature are in question, it has to stand silent and to admit its ignorance. Thus indolence and vanity combine in sturdy support of these principles. Besides, although the philosopher finds it extremely hard to accept a principle for which he can give no justification, still more to employ concepts the objective reality of which he is unable to establish, nothing is more usual in the case of the common understanding. It insists upon having something from which it can make a confident start. The difficulty of even conceiving this supposed starting point does not disquiet it. Since it is unaware what conceiving really means, it never occurs to it to reflect upon the assumption, it accepts as known whatever is familiar to it through frequent use. For the common understanding, indeed, all speculative interests pale before the practical, and it imagines that it comprehends and knows what its fears or hopes incite it to assume or to believe. Thus the empiricism of transcendentally idealizing reason is devoid of all popularity, and however prejudicial it may be to the highest practical principles, there is no need to fear that it will ever pass beyond the limits of the schools. 281. And acquire any considerable influence in the general life or any real favor among the multitude. I am by no means in agreement with everything Kant says here about the questionable motives which prompt the common man in rejecting empiricism and showing such decided preference for the metaphysical point of view. Yet it seems to me none the less that a good deal of importance should be attached to his disquisition upon this issue. In the first place, as I have pointed out before, I am entirely in agreement with Kant's view that common sense finds far less difficulty in supposing the world of nature to be grounded in some absolute or other than in allowing it to be entirely self-contained. Secondly, Kant's contention that, if a concept or principle purports to supply information about the supersensible, it is certain, from the start, that it can never become properly meaningful, may serve to throw light upon his basic attitude towards the conflict between metaphysical and empiricist philosophy. He agrees that even empiricism can go too far in the claims it makes on its own behalf. On the other hand, he feels completely assured that, if a choice is to be made between an out-and-out rationalism and an out-and-out empiricism, all the advantages lie from the theoretical point of view, at any rate with the strictly empiricist outlook, and that the method which endows the human mind with the power of having insight into the supersensible will, instead of promoting the cause of knowledge, on the contrary, do irreparable harm to it. One more point must be touched upon in the present context. In the chapter on the interest of reason, Kant suggests in several places that, while empiricism offers great benefits to reason on its theoretical side, the same is true of dogmatism, so far as the practical side of reason is concerned. However, it should be plain to anyone at all familiar with Kant's teaching on ethics that such a statement does, in fact, amount to a considerable oversimplification. Believing as he does that morality rests upon a principle which is essentially nonsensical in character, he is indeed bound to hold that the adoption of an uncompromisingly empiricist standpoint constitutes a serious threat to man's practical life. But that is not to say that dogmatism, which insists that we can have knowledge of the supersensible, has the effect of furthering the interests of morality. On the contrary, Kant's own analysis of morals shows 282. Clearly enough how far he is from believing this to be the case. Indeed, as we have noted before, he is throughout most emphatic upon the following 2 points. First, even though the various ideas that become operative in moral conduct do indeed refer to a realm transcending sense experience, it remains none the less true that they are intended exclusively for practical use, and are incapable of giving rise to any knowledge whatsoever. Secondly, if we actually had the capacity to have knowledge of the supersensible, the possession of such insight, far from being beneficial to our practical interests, would, on the contrary, be likely to affect them adversely. What has been said may suffice to show that Kant somewhat misleads his reader by suggesting that the metaphysical approach to epistemological problems may, from the practical point of view, be said to have certain distinct advantages of its own. On the contrary, however strongly he feels that a policy of thoroughgoing naturalism will result in completely undermining the principle of morality, he remains convinced that a critical theory of knowledge is the only sort capable of remedying matters. In other words, he holds that things can be put right only by a theory which agrees, on the one hand, that the human mind is debarred from any access to the supersensible, and, on the other, does not come into conflict with the demands of practical reason, inasmuch as it declares the assumption of a nonsensible order of things to be wholly unexceptionable, so long as it is made with only one end in view, namely, that of laying down principles of conduct. In his discourse upon the philosophies of dogmatism and empiricism, Kant has shown plainly enough where his sympathies really lie. On the other hand, he has so far left it an open question whether one of the two contending parties might not, after all, win a complete victory over the other. Things are quite different in the chapter we shall consider next, that headed Sceptical Representation of the Cosmological Questions in the Four Transcendental Ideas. For it is made perfectly clear there that both positions must, in the last analysis, prove equally untenable. The main lines of Kant's reasoning may be set out thus. He proposes to show that, no matter whether the world as a whole is said to be infinite or finite, either assertion will inevitably turn out 283 to be nonsense, and that, accordingly, it is impossible to attach any intelligible meaning to the question whether the world, in its totality, possesses the one property or the other. How does he go about establishing this? He presumes that we can mean only one thing, when the world as a whole is declared to be finite, namely, that this is the conclusion we shall arrive at after we have come to experience it as a whole. Again, when we suppose the world as a whole to be infinite, we can mean only one thing, namely, that such will be found to be the case after we have brought our experience of it to completion. Kant then proceeds to draw attention to what seems to him the crucial point, namely, that the world cannot, on either assumption, be regarded as a possible object of experience. Experience of the world comes to us through a variety of synthetic processes. But it is of the very essence of these that they must be continued indefinitely, and that we can never acknowledge any absolute limit beyond which no further experience is obtainable. This alone is sufficient to show how absurd it is to assume, first of all, that the world as a whole is a possible object of experience, while subsequently wishing to assign to it a certain property, that of finitude, which runs counter to the very principle upon which all our experience of things is based. On the other hand, if the world as a whole be supposed to be infinite, the difficulty will plainly not be lessened in any way, since such a supposition implies, of course, that the empirical synthesis will never come to an end, and that, in consequence, no valid statement concerning the totality of the world will ever be forthcoming. The reader will have noted that my restatement of Kant's case has been expressed in terms very different from his own. The reasoning upon which he himself relies proceeds roughly as follows. The issue to be decided is whether a cosmological idea, the concern of which is with the world in its unconditioned totality, can be regarded as an objectively valid concept. The answer depends on whether there is any concept of understanding capable of adequately representing what is postulated by the idea. Or to put it in another way, should the cosmological ideas be found to refer to a state of affairs which can never become an object of experience, they will have to be declared empty and meaningless concepts. Now there are only two ways of conceiving of the world in its 284. Absolute totality, namely, to think of it as either infinite or finite, and proper reflection goes to show that, on the former assumption, the world must prove too large for any concept of understanding, while, on the latter, it must prove too small. The idea of an infinite world is inadmissible, since it posits a reality which must always remain beyond the reach of the successive regress from the condition to its conditions. The idea of a finite world is likewise inadmissible, seeing that, in allowing absolute limits anywhere within the world of experience, we proceed contrary to the very principle upon which all our knowledge of things depends. Kant works out his general thesis by applying it to the various types of regressive synthesis, i.e. spatial synthesis, temporal synthesis, causal synthesis, etc. There is little difficulty in understanding him. Moreover, since his reasoning proceeds in each case along strictly parallel lines, it will be sufficient to quote the remarks he makes about space and time and the impossibility of conceiving of them as either finite or infinite. For suppose first, that the world has no beginning, it is then too large for our concept, which, consisting as it does in a successive regress, can never reach the whole eternity that has elapsed. Or suppose that the world has a beginning, it will then, in the necessary empirical regress, be too small for the concept of the understanding. For since the beginning still presupposes a time which precedes it, it is still not unconditioned, and the law of the empirical employment of the understanding therefore obliges us to look for a higher temporal condition, and the world is therefore obviously too small for this law. This is also true of the twofold answer to the question regarding the magnitude of the world in space. If it is infinite and unlimited, it is too large for any possible empirical concept. If it is finite and limited, we have a right to ask what determines these limits. Empty space is no self-subsistent correlate of things, and cannot be a condition at which we could stop, still less can it be an empirical condition, forming part of a possible experience. And yet to obtain absolute totality in the empirical synthesis, it is always necessary that the unconditioned be an empirical concept. Consequently a limited world is too small for our concept. 28.5. The chapter I propose to discuss next is that in which Kant offers his solution of the antinomies. I shall begin by giving a summary account of Kant's argument, and shall then proceed to examine it critically. His principal points are the following: space and time, and with them all appearances, are not in themselves things, they are nothing but representations which cannot exist outside our mind. The objects of experience are not given in themselves but only in experience. Nothing is really given us save perception and the empirical advance from this to other possible perceptions. For the appearances, as mere representations, are in themselves real only in perception, which perception is in fact nothing but the reality of an empirical representation, that is, appearance. To call an appearance a real thing prior to our perceiving it, either means that in the advance of experience we must meet with such a perception, or it means nothing at all. Sensible intuition is, strictly speaking, only a receptivity, i.e. a capacity of being affected with representations. The nonsensible cause of these representations is completely unknown to us. Yet we are perfectly entitled to posit a purely intelligible cause of appearances in general. And there is only one proviso, namely, that this must be done solely for the purpose of having at our disposal something which is to correspond to sensibility viewed as a receptivity. To this transcendental object we can ascribe the whole extent and connection of our possible perceptions, and can say that it is given in itself prior to all experience. But the appearances, while conforming to it, are not given in themselves, but only in this experience. Thus we can say that the real things of past time are given in the transcendental object of experience, but they are objects for me and real in past time only in so far as I represent to myself, that a regressive series of possible perceptions in accordance with empirical laws, conducts us to a past time series as condition of the present time a series which, however, can be represented as actual not in itself but only in the connection of a possible experience. 286. In representing to ourselves all existing objects in all time and in all places, we do not set them in space and time as being there prior to experience. This representation is nothing but the thought of a possible experience in its absolute completeness. To say that they exist prior to experience, is only to assert that they are to be met with, if starting from perception we advance to that part of experience to which they belong. It would be hardly worthwhile to engage in a detailed analysis of these extremely complicated arguments, since it is plain enough that the distinction between appearances and things in themselves is here stated at its crudest, and that this prevents Kant from presenting his case in a really convincing manner. If, therefore, we are to be in a position to decide whether Kant's general point of view is defensible, only one reasonable course would seem to remain, namely, to inquire whether his main thesis can be established even by a modified and less extreme version of his theory concerning things in themselves. What exactly is Kant called upon to prove? This can, I believe, be stated most conveniently in terms such as the following. When reason has recourse to the various cosmological ideas, it is taken for granted in each case that the world is a self-subsistent entity, and that it can have certain properties assigned to it, without it being necessary to take account of the manner in which human minds come to know it. However, the philosophy of transcendental idealism, which recognizes sensible reality as essentially phenomenal, is in a position, simply by drawing attention to this fundamental fact, to establish the groundlessness of such a supposition. A realm of things, which existed entirely in its own right, could indeed be thought of as a self-contained whole. Yet this does not by any means hold good for the reality presenting itself to us in space and time. It is not objective in the full-blooded sense of that term, and this is why no proper significance can be conceded to statements about it which fail to pay attention to the nature of the knowing subject and the type of experience enjoyed by that subject. Now it is of the very essence of sense experience that it is never absolutely completed, and that no situation can arise in which we can say that no further experience is obtainable. The conclusion to be drawn from this is obvious enough, namely, that, since there 287 can be no such thing as experience of everything contained in the world, it is senseless to speak of the totality of the world at all. To continue, so long as the reality confronting us in sense experience is mistaken for something which stands entirely apart from the subject and its way of knowing, it is natural enough, and indeed inevitable, that we should think of the whole of the world as displaying the property of finitude or that of infinitude. In fact, there are equally cogent reasons for either assumption, this being responsible for the emergence of the cosmological antinomies. Yet these antinomies can be resolved quite easily, simply by holding on to the position of transcendental idealism, and our argument will then proceed as follows. The world of sense is not an absolute reality, such as would allow of being thought of as a self-contained whole, and no doubt can remain, therefore, that it ought not to be declared to be either finite or infinite. In other words, once the purely phenomenal status of the world of experience has been acknowledged, it is made evident that the concept of absolute totality is inapplicable to it, that all assertions about the world as a whole must be baseless, and that, if they occur, this is the result of a radical misconception of the very nature of sensible reality. We shall soon have the opportunity of engaging in a critical inquiry into Kant's principal thesis, that the idea of absolute totality would be meaningful only in the case of a wholly self-subsistent reality, and that it is inapplicable to a merely phenomenal one. For the time being, we may be content to take note that Kant's account of the difference between appearances and things in themselves, in the chapter at present under discussion, is open to a number of serious objections. In seeking to bring out the specific character of his transcendental idealism, he makes 2 points, namely, that everything intuited in space and time, and therefore all objects of experience, are nothing but appearances, i.e. representations which have no independent reality outside our thoughts, and that space and time are, in their turn, mere representations incapable of existence apart from the human mind. We have repeatedly shown that this is entirely the wrong way of bringing out the phenomenal status of the objects of human knowledge. It is indeed perfectly permissible to indicate the distinction between supersensible things in themselves and perceptual objects. 288. By saying of the latter that, in the last resort, they can give no other evidence of their reality than the occurrence, actual or potential, of presentations in percipient subjects. However, to say that they are nothing but representations having no existence outside the mind is surely a most questionable assertion, if only because such a way of talking suggests that they are man-made and not properly real at all. Or to put the matter in a different way, when Kant declares phenomenal objects to be in the nature of mere representations, he appears to argue in support of the view that perceptual objects owe their existence to being perceived by someone or other. But there are, in fact, countless passages in the Critique, and this holds good even for the chapter we are at present considering, which show clearly enough that Kant's teaching is much more sophisticated than this. He is quite ready to concede actual existence even to objects which have never been perceived by anyone, nor perhaps ever will, and the point he wishes to make is simply that, unless the relevant sense data are available to us, we can in no case be justified in presuming the reality of an object. A difficulty very similar to that just discussed arises in connection with Kant's contention that appearances are not real in themselves, but only inasmuch as they are to be encountered in advance of experience. This again might convey the idea that perceptual objects derive their reality from being experienced by someone or other. However, on proper consideration, Kant's teaching on this issue can be seen to amount to no more than this. So far as human knowledge is concerned, the attribution of reality, or existence, to an object can mean nothing else than that it has its place somewhere within the context of experience, and that certain perceptions must occur in the event of its being actually presented. We turn next to Kant's observations upon what he calls the transcendental object. The term transcendental object is here and everywhere else in Kant's philosophy to be understood as an exact equivalent of the term thing in itself. Kant begins by speaking of it as the purely intelligible cause of appearances, and then goes on to say that we can, if we like, ascribe to it the whole extent of our possible perceptions, while presuming that it is given in itself prior to all experience. 289. Before offering our comments upon this reasoning and those that follow, we may be permitted to remind the reader of our own estimate of the value of Kant's teaching about things in themselves. We have insisted that all his positive statements concerning their nature are, on examination, found to be wholly indefensible. Moreover, we have argued that, if his theory of things in themselves is to be rendered acceptable, it must be connected, as closely as possible, with his views on intellectual intuition. In the present instance the position turns out to be very much the same. We cannot, of course, allow him to speak of the transcendental object, or thing in itself, as the intelligible cause of appearances. Neither is it possible to agree with his suggestion that the transcendental object is to be regarded as that which is ultimately responsible for the whole extent and connection of our possible perceptions. On the other hand, these objections would seem to lose a good deal of their force, once we can be certain that the term transcendental object, instead of standing for a supersensible reality the actual existence of which may be taken for granted, does in fact signify nothing more than sensible reality as it would reveal itself to a mind capable of intellectual intuition. Moreover, it is interesting to note that, in the chapter under discussion, Kant himself adduces an argument, to the effect that, while there is nothing to prevent us from speaking of a transcendental object of sensible appearances, our sole purpose, in entertaining such an idea, must be to have at our disposal something to be contrasted with sensibility viewed as mere receptivity. This should make it evident enough that our reinterpretation of Kant's teaching is perfectly feasible, and that, on his own showing, the expression transcendental object of appearances can denote one thing and one thing only, i.e. sensible reality as it would be conceived of from the standpoint of a purely active intelligence. The foregoing observations may serve to draw attention to what is of real interest in Kant's curious disquisition upon the transcendental object as that which is to be thought of as containing the sum total of appearances. His main thesis, it may be recalled, is that the notion of absolute totality is inapplicable to the phenomena confronting us in sense experience, and that it could become meaningful, in the real sense of that word, only in what is in fact a wholly inconceivable situation, i.e. one in which we were. 290. Entitled to claim that we had experienced everything that was to be experienced. Now, when Kant contends, by way of amplification, that we are obliged to have reference to the supersensible, if the proper signification of the notion of the world as a whole is to come to light, it is obvious surely that, in making this point, he brings forward an additional argument in support of his general thesis. A supersensible reality would be non-spatial and non-temporal by definition, while a mind concerned with it would for the purposes of its own consciousness at any rate altogether dispense with the representations of space and time. These considerations may supply further proof that the concept of a whole of reality is inadmissible within the context of human knowledge. For it has been shown to be incapable of becoming really meaningful except in the hypothetical case of a purely active intelligence, which even though its own awareness of things was not of the sensory type at all, might yet be in a position to pronounce judgment upon the totality of sensible data available to human beings for the purposes of their experience. In the chapter which has been under discussion in the last few sections, Kant has sought to show that his transcendental idealism is the only sort of philosophy capable of laying bare the fundamental mistake responsible for the emergence of the cosmological dialectic. His reasoning upon this point has so far been somewhat complicated and obscure. However, he explains his position much more clearly in the chapter we shall consider next, that headed Critical Solution of the Cosmological Conflict of Reason with Itself. Before beginning our investigation, we may be permitted to quote the following passages. The whole antinomy of pure reason rests upon the dialectical argument: if the conditioned is given, the entire series of all its conditions is likewise given, objects of the senses are given as conditioned, therefore, etc. In the first place, it is evident beyond all possibility of doubt, that if the conditioned is given, a regress in the series of all its conditions is set us as a task. For it is involved in the very concept of the condition that something is referred to a condition, and if this condition is again itself conditioned, to a no or remote condition, and so through all the members of the 291 series. The above proposition is thus analytic, and has nothing to fear from transcendental criticism. Further, if the conditioned as well as its condition are things in themselves, then upon the former being given, the regress to the latter is not only set as a task, but therewith already really given. And since this holds of all the members of the series, the complete series of the conditions, and therefore the unconditioned, is given therewith, or rather is presupposed in view of the fact that the conditioned, which is only possible through the complete series, is given. The synthesis of the conditioned with its condition is here a synthesis of mere understanding which represents things as they are, without considering whether and how we can obtain knowledge of them. If, however, what we are dealing with are appearances, I cannot say, in the same sense of the terms, that if the conditioned is given, all its conditions are likewise given, and therefore cannot in any way infer the absolute totality of the series of its conditions. The appearances are in their apprehension themselves nothing but an empirical synthesis in space and time, and are given only in this synthesis. It does not therefore follow, that if the conditioned, in the appearance, is given, the synthesis which constitutes its empirical condition is given therewith and is presupposed. This synthesis first occurs in the regress, and never exists without it. What we can say is that a regress to the conditions, that is, a continued empirical synthesis, on the side of the conditions, is enjoined or set as a task, and that in this regress there can be no lack of given conditions. Kant's reasoning in these passages is open to an objection to which we have previously drawn attention. Certain of his remarks suggest that the reality of sensible phenomena is dependent on their being experienced, and that no appearance is properly real until someone or other has obtained knowledge of it. We have shown that a view of this sort is indefensible, because of its bearing the implication that the objects of perceptual consciousness are man-made, and we may add here that Kant's central thesis does not by any means require the adoption of so subjectivist a standpoint. On the contrary, it can be quite well established by an argument which would proceed on lines such as the following. The human mind has no right to affirm the reality of anything until it has obtained empirical confirmation of its existence. This may 292. Serve to throw light upon the position in which we are placed when we are called upon to ascertain the various conditions to be held accountable for a sensible phenomenon. That there are such conditions, and that it is our duty to discover them, is not open to doubt. Indeed, it is implicit in the very notion of knowledge of conditioned existence. However, since it is just as certain that no significant statement can be made about a condition, until we have actually come across it in our empirical regress, and that, as regards sensible phenomena, the notions of reality and actual existence are emptied of all meaning, if no account be taken of the manner in which they become known to the human mind, we are plainly entitled to reason thus. The very notion of sense experience excludes the possibility that any series of conditions should become known in its entirety. The assumption, therefore, that totality of conditions is something self-subsistent, and that it can have certain properties assigned to it, is clear evidence of a radical misunderstanding concerning the essential character of the phenomenal world. This brings us to Kant's thesis that things in themselves would differ from the phenomena of sense, in that, in the case of the former, the entire series of conditions would be at once given along with the conditioned. I think the best way of elucidating Kant's point of view in this matter is to refer once again to his distinction between sensible and intellectual intuition. A mind which, in its grasp of reality, proceeded by way of intellectual intuition, and only such a mind could conceivably have any concern with nonsensible things in themselves, would, in acquiring knowledge, be independent of anything other than itself. In other words, knowledge would in such a case come about solely in virtue of the mind's intellectual activity. This general description may be sufficient to show what course a mind of this sort would take in the event of something present to consciousness being recognized as dependent on conditions. It would have no need to wait until these conditions presented themselves, and their entire sum would at once be grasped through an act of intellectual insight, pure and simple. In the second part of the chapter, which we are at present examining, Kant gives a particularly lucid account of the method. 293. He proposes to employ for the solution of the cosmological antinomies. He starts by pointing out that conflicting assertions may exhibit two quite distinct kinds of opposition, to be entitled analytic and dialectical opposition respectively. In the case of analytic opposition, the falsity of the original statement immediately involves the truth of that opposed to it. In the case of dialectical opposition, on the other hand, both statements may turn out to be false, by reason of the fact that the second asserts more than is required for a simple contradiction. This holds good for the theses and the antitheses of the antinomies, the former of which conceive the world as finite, while the latter conceive it as infinite. Both assumptions can be shown to be groundless. The world with which we are concerned in experience does not allow a being regarded as a self-subsistent entity. Consequently, it cannot be said to exist in itself at all, either as a finite or as an infinite whole. Kant states all this with great clarity in the following passages. If, therefore, we say that the world is either infinite in extension or is not infinite, and if the former proposition is false, its contradictory opposite, that the world is not infinite, must be true. And I should thus deny the existence of an infinite world, without affirming in its place a finite world. But if we had said that the world is either infinite or finite, both statements might be false. For in that case we should be regarding the world in itself as determined in its magnitude, and in the opposed judgment we do not merely remove the infinitude, and with it perhaps the entire separate existence of the world, but attach a determination to the world, regarded as a thing actually existing in itself. This assertion may, however, likewise be false. The world may not be given as a thing in itself, nor as being in its magnitude either infinite or finite. I beg permission to entitle this kind of opposition dialectical, and that of contradictories analytical. Thus of two dialectically opposed judgments both may be false, for the one is not a mere contradictory of the other, but says something more than is required for a simple contradiction. If we regard the two propositions, that the world is infinite in magnitude, and that it is finite in magnitude, as contradictory opposites, we are assuming that the world, the complete series of appearances, is a thing in itself that remains even if I suspend the infinite or the finite regress in the series of its appearances. If 294. However, I reject this assumption, or rather this accompanying transcendental illusion, and deny that the world is a thing in itself. The contradictory opposition of the two assertions is converted into a merely dialectical opposition. Since the world does not exist in itself, independently of the regressive series of my representations, it exists in itself neither as an infinite nor as a finite whole. It exists only in the empirical regress of the series of appearances, and is not to be met with as something in itself. If, then, this series is always conditioned, and therefore can never be given as complete, the world is not an unconditioned whole, and does not exist as such a whole, either of infinite or of finite magnitude. In this section and those following I propose to raise the question to what extent Kant's inquiry into rational cosmology can be said to be of permanent value. In our discussion of this issue, we shall do well to concentrate upon his central thesis, i.e. that no significant statement can be made about the universe as a whole. There is, it seems to me, no doubt at all that Kant draws here attention to an important fact which may serve to throw a good deal of light upon the nature of human experience as well as upon that of the reality which concerns us in our consciousness of things. I am well aware that many present-day philosophers, while entirely convinced of the meaninglessness of all assertions about the universe as a whole, would yet insist that there was nothing in the least paradoxical about taking up such a position. As against this, I cannot help feeling that Kant adopts in this matter a much more reasonable attitude than is usual nowadays, although, on the other hand, I have no wish to deny that his theory gives rise to certain difficulties of its own. For example, on more than one occasion, he propounds the view that, even if there were no other evidence of the phenomenal character of the sensible world, it would be possible to establish this simply by showing that the concept of absolute totality was inapplicable to the reality confronting us in experience. My complaint here is the same as I have made several times before. In seeking to prove his point, Kant has recourse to terms which are quite unduly subjectivist in their connotation, and his reasoning upon this issue becomes, as a result, far less convincing than it might have been if he had exercised proper care in his use of language. Moreover, 295. I have explained before why I find it impossible to attach much importance to Kant's exposition of the antinomies and to his teaching upon reason as the source of an entirely natural dialectic, and this is why I should wish to dissociate myself from his contention that the human mind, in reflecting upon the universe, becomes inevitably involved in a number of contradictions, and that these can be resolved by no other philosophy except that of transcendental idealism. However, despite the many difficulties I find in Kant's doctrine, I have no doubt that he is essentially in the right on the following issues. First, nothing significant can be said about the universe in its entirety, on the ground that it is not a possible object of experience. Secondly, the realization of this fact cannot but draw attention to the phenomenal character of sensible reality. Thirdly, the doctrine Kant advocates should be acknowledged to have something strange, and indeed paradoxical about it, since it is plainly in opposition to certain basic assumptions which, generally speaking, are accepted without question both by common sense and by men of science. As regards the last point, I shall explain my position more fully in the next section. If Kant is right, we do not go nearly far enough if we confine ourselves to the assertion that the human mind lacks the power of having knowledge of the whole of the universe. We ought to say instead that, when the idea of the totality of the world is entertained, the reference is to something having no actual existence at all. I must confess that, however strongly I may approve of such a thesis on philosophical grounds, it evokes in me, whenever I am in a non-philosophical mood, a feeling of extreme surprise and even bewilderment, and I may add that I fail to see how anybody could react differently except those who have lost all contact with the ordinary presuppositions of common sense. Should it be argued, on the other hand, that the convictions cherished by the plain man are of no account in matters of this sort, it will be well to note that men of science do not seem at any time to have had the least hesitation in propounding theories about the universe as a whole. That there are many scientific hypotheses especially at the present day which appear to run counter to nearly everything the ordinary man is inclined to believe, is indeed an in 29.6. dubitable fact. Yet one thing at any rate is evident. Very few scientists have ever been of the opinion that the conception of the universe as a whole does not stand for anything real at all, and that statements about the totality of the world must, accordingly, be said to be meaningless and even nonsensical. What has been said may suffice to show that Kant's doctrine of cosmology is in many ways a revolutionary one. We proceed next to draw attention to another interesting point. Kant's contention in the dialectic, that all statements about the totality of space and time are lacking in real significance, would seem to require a drastic revision of the theory of space and time he has propounded in the Transcendental Aesthetic. The principal point he makes there is that space and time are not self-subsistent things but a priori forms of human intuition. Yet, in spite of this subjectivist analysis of their nature, he persists in speaking of the whole of space and the whole of time. For example, he maintains that they are represented as infinite quantities. I have previously drawn attention to the difficulties I find in Kant's view that the human mind is responsible for the spatiality and temporality of things, and I should wish to add here that the very words space and time appear to me to have an air of mystery about them, and that, wherever they occur, whether in philosophy or in science, I find it exceedingly hard to attach an intelligible meaning to them. Now, if I am inclined to attach considerable importance to Kant's observation that space and time cannot be spoken of as wholes at all, this is precisely because it seems to me to do a good deal to remove this difficulty. Kant himself does admittedly never waver in his conviction that space and time stand for the a priori factor in sensory awareness, and I have previously explained why I find it impossible to concur with this point of view. However, there is clearly nothing in this disagreement, however fundamental it may be, which would oblige us to repudiate his contention that the conception of totality is inapplicable to space and time. On the contrary, so far as this matter is concerned, we are in complete sympathy with his reasoning, which may be summed up in the following manner. The question to be settled is whether there can be such a thing as a meaningful assertion about the whole of space or the whole of 297. Time. The correct answer turns out to be a decided negative. We achieve consciousness of spatial and temporal relations by virtue of an activity of mind which has been termed empirical synthesis, or regress from the condition to its conditions. But it is of the very essence of this process that it can never be brought to a close, and that we can never find ourselves in a state in which we may claim to have obtained knowledge of the totality of either space or time. In view of all this, the obvious conclusion would appear to be that, if we make the attempt to assign some property or other to the whole of space or the whole of time, this can have only one result, namely, that we are reduced to talking nonsense, and that any statement, to which we may wish to commit ourselves, will, on proper examination, be found to be devoid of all real significance. Having been engaged for some time in a general discussion of Kant's teaching concerning cosmology, we turn next to what he has to say about the possibility of reinterpreting the principle of absolute totality in strictly empirical terms. He is convinced that such a reinterpretation is perfectly feasible, and that, in its amended form, the principle in question has an important, and indeed indispensable, part to play in human knowledge. Kant states his position with great clarity in the following passages. Since no maximum of the series of conditions in a sensible world, regarded as a thing in itself, is given through the cosmological principle of totality, but can only be set as a task that calls for regress in the series of conditions, the principle of pure reason has to be amended in these terms, and it then preserves its validity, not indeed as the axiom that we think the totality as actually in the object, but as a problem for the understanding, and therefore for the subject, leading it to undertake and to carry on, in accordance with the completeness prescribed by the idea, the regress in the series of conditions of any given conditioned. The principle of reason is thus properly only a rule, prescribing a regress in the series of the conditions of given appearances, and forbidding it to bring the regress to a close by treating anything at which we may arrive as absolutely unconditioned. It is not a principle of the possibility of experience and of empirical knowledge of objects of the senses, and therefore not a principle of the under 29(8) standing. Nor is it a constitutive principle of reason, enabling us to extend our concept of the sensible world beyond all possible experience. It is rather a principle of the greatest possible extension of experience, allowing no empirical limit to hold as absolute. Thus it is a principle of reason which serves as a rule, postulating what we ought to do in the regress, but not anticipating what is present in the object as it is in itself, prior to all regress. Accordingly, I entitle it a regulative principle of reason, to distinguish it from the principle of the absolute totality of the series of conditions, viewed as actually present in the object, which would be a constitutive cosmological principle. In order properly to determine the meaning of this rule of pure reason, we must observe, first, that it cannot tell us what the object is, but only how the empirical regress is to be carried out so as to arrive at the complete concept of the object. If it attempted the former task, it would be a constitutive principle, such as pure reason can never supply. It cannot be regarded as maintaining that the series of conditions for a given conditioned is in itself either finite or infinite. That would be to treat a mere idea of absolute totality, as equivalent to thinking an object that cannot be given in any experience. This idea of reason can therefore do no more than prescribe a rule to the regressive synthesis in the series of conditions, and in accordance with this rule the synthesis must proceed from the conditioned, through all subordinate conditions, up to the unconditioned. Yet it can never reach this goal, for the absolutely unconditioned is not to be met with in experience. In view of Kant's previous explanations, there is little difficulty in understanding the arguments brought forward in the above passages. He contends, in the first place, that the conception of absolute totality of conditions ought not to be taken as referring to anything actually existing. It signifies the state of affairs which would exist in the event of our having arrived at a perfect explanation of a phenomenon, for it is only after we had grasped all the conditions of a phenomenon that we should be entitled to claim to have reached a full understanding of it. On the other hand, it is important to recognize that the aim of perfect knowledge here set before us is, in actual fact, a mere ideal incapable of full realization. 299. That the notion of unconditioned totality arises inevitably in human reason is indeed not open to doubt, seeing that the essential difference between understanding and reason consists precisely in this, that the concern of the latter is with experience as a whole, while the former is content with simply adding to our store of information, without ever raising the question how this process of discovery can be brought to completion. Moreover, if it be asked what function we are to assign to the idea of absolute totality, and how it can help us in our study of sensible reality, the proper answer turns out to be as follows. The idea of unconditioned totality is admittedly incapable of giving us any special insight into the nature of things. Yet there is one thing it can accomplish: it can act as a stimulus to our empirical investigations. This it does in the following way. It lays down a criterion of perfect knowledge, i.e. that no phenomenon is fully understood until the totality of its conditions has been ascertained. Now, since it is certain that nothing absolute, or unconditioned, will ever be discovered within the field of experience, reason infers quite correctly that the empirical regress requires indefinite continuation, In other words, that there must be no pretense that all the conditions of a phenomenon have become known, and that further investigation is unnecessary. So long as the principle of the unconditioned is used as a constitutive principle, conceiving of absolute totality as something actually existent, there is serious danger that it might prove a hindrance to our empirical studies. However, once the unconditioned is rightly understood, not as a proper reality but as an ideal of knowledge, the effect is the very opposite. Indeed, when the principle of absolute totality is amended in these terms, as a merely regulative principle, it becomes a guide for the greatest possible extension and continuation of experience. And this happens because, in allowing our investigations to be directed towards a goal, which at the same time is acknowledged never to be completely attainable, we are made aware that our regress from the condition to its conditions must never cease, and that it is always incumbent upon us to ask for further and further conditions. In the chapter at present under discussion, Kant draws yet another distinction, that between regress ad infinitum and regress ad indefinitum. His reasoning upon this point proceeds roughly as 300 follows. It is senseless to inquire what properties a series of conditions may possess in itself, seeing that such a series cannot be said to have any independent reality at all, and that it is real only inasmuch as it becomes an object of empirical knowledge. On the other hand, it makes perfectly good sense to ask what sort of rule guides us in the regress from the condition to its conditions. On proper consideration, it appears that there are two alternatives, namely, that the regress proceeds ad infinitum, or that it is an indeterminately extended regress. The former assertion is justified where we are dealing with a whole that is given to us, being called upon to divide it into its constituent parts. In the case of the spatial and temporal syntheses, however, we are not entitled to speak of an infinite regress but only of one proceeding ad infinitum. Kant sums up his position in the following passage. In neither case, whether the regress be in infinitum or in indefinitum, may the series of conditions be regarded as being given as infinite in the object. The series are not things in themselves, but only appearances, which, as conditions of one another, are given only in the regress itself. The question, therefore, is no longer how great the series of conditions may be in itself, whether it be finite or infinite, for it is nothing in itself, but how we are to carry out the empirical regress, and how far we should continue it. Here we find an important distinction in regard to the rule governing such procedure. When the whole is empirically given, it is possible to proceed back in the series of its inner conditions in infinitum. When the whole is not given, but has first to be given through empirical regress, we can only say that the search for still higher conditions of the series is possible in infinitum. In the one case we necessarily find further members of the series, in the other case, since no experience is absolutely limited, the necessity is that we inquire for them. It would be a waste of time if we worried ourselves over Kant's contention that the regress, by means of which a given whole is broken up into its constituent parts, can be described as proceeding to infinity, for Kant's so-called second antinomy, that concerning divisibility of matter, is in any case of purely historical importance. On the other hand, it is most interesting to note how 301. Extremely careful Kant is in what he has to say about the character of the spatial and temporal series. He begins by pointing out once again that they do not permit of being determined by themselves, i.e. irrespective of the empirical regress, and then adds this further caution. Although it is indeed quite certain that the regressive syntheses, in respect of space and time, can never arrive at an absolute, which would bring them to a close, we must none the less think of them not as infinite but only as admitting of indefinite continuation. The chapter I propose to discuss next bears a truly forbidding heading, viz. Solution of the cosmological idea of the totality of the composition of the appearances of a cosmic whole. We need not, however, be unduly perturbed about this, for we shall find that it contains nothing which would raise serious difficulties. Kant occupies himself once again with the cosmological idea concerning the totality of space and time, his purpose being to bring out its proper meaning as forming the basis of a merely regulative principle, which is to help us to extend our experience as far as possible, in contradistinction from a constitutive principle, which would conceive of absolute totality as something objectively existent. Kant begins as follows. Here, as in the other cosmological questions, the regulative principle of reason is grounded on the proposition that in the empirical regress we can have no experience of an absolute limit, that is, no experience of any condition as being one that empirically is absolutely unconditioned. This proposition, which virtually states that the only conditions which we can reach in the empirical regress are conditions which must themselves again be regarded as empirically conditioned, contains the rule inter minnes, that however far we may have advanced in the ascending series, it must always inquire for a still higher member of the series, which may or may not become known to us through experience. The passage quoted is self-explanatory, and since the same holds good for the remainder of the arguments adduced in the chapter under discussion, we may confine our comments to a minimum. The second question Kant raises is what character is to be assigned to the spatial and temporal regress. His answer is that, even though it can never come to an end, it ought not to be declared to extend. 302. Ad infinitum. Kant's argument on this point runs roughly as follows. When we entertain the idea of all past states of the world as well as of all the things coexisting in space, this quite general representation signifies nothing more than a possible empirical regress conceived of in a wholly indeterminate manner. Now the most we can ever know of this regress is that we are enjoined to advance from every given member of the series of conditions to a higher and more remote member. But this is quite insufficient to tell us anything about the totality of sensible appearances. Moreover, there is nothing here which would entitle us to speak of an infinite regress, seeing that, by so doing, we should be anticipating members of the series which have not as yet been reached in the empirical regress. Kant sums up his teaching in the following passage: I cannot say, therefore, that the world is infinite in space or as regards past time. Any such concept of magnitude, as being that of a given infinitude, is empirically impossible, and therefore, in reference to the world as an object of the senses, also absolutely impossible. Nor can I say that the regress from a given perception to all that limits it in a series, whether in space or past time, proceeds to infinity. That would be to presuppose that the world has infinite magnitude. I also cannot say that the regress is finite, an absolute limit is likewise empirically impossible. Thus I can say nothing regarding the whole object of experience, the world of sense. I must limit my assertions to the rule which determines how experience, in conformity with its object, is to be obtained and further extended. We have now come to the end of our examination of Kant's inquiry into the conception of the universe as a whole. Our next business is with his so-called third antinomy, that between freedom and natural causality. We shall argue that both the exposition and the solution of the antinomy are wrongly conceived, and that, in consequence, it is impossible to attach a great deal of importance to the teaching he offers. Kant alleges that human reason, in addressing itself to the principle of causal relatedness, finds itself faced with an inescapable dilemma. There appear to be strong reasons in favor of the sub 303 position that, apart from causality in accordance with laws of nature, yet another kind of causal efficacy must exist, i.e. that of freedom. On the other hand, there are reasons just as strong for assuming the opposite, namely, that everything in the world is entirely determined by nature, and that there is no such thing as freedom at all. To be in a position to make sense of Kant's theory, we must inquire, first of all, what the term freedom is supposed to signify in the context of the present argument. Kant leaves us in doubt on this point. Freedom denotes the power of beginning a state spontaneously. To be more precise, the idea of freedom stands for a capacity to initiate action without being determined by antecedent causes conforming to the law of natural causation. This is simple and straightforward enough as a definition of what Kant calls transcendental freedom, i.e. the idea of freedom, insofar as it is a product of theoretical reason. However, in examining his solution of the third antinomy, and the same applies to a certain extent also to his statement of it, we find that he falls into a serious error. He supposes throughout that the conflict which arises within the field of cosmology is one between natural necessity and moral freedom. Clearly, this cannot be allowed to stand. There are indeed no grounds why one should wish to object to Kant's view that, since the principle of moral freedom has every appearance of being incompatible with that of universal mechanical causation, it is the business of philosophy to inquire whether they can be brought into harmony with one another. Yet he ought to have realized surely how essential it is, on his own premises, to differentiate clearly between moral freedom, on the one hand, and, on the other, transcendental freedom, i.e. the conception of freedom as resulting from exclusively theoretical considerations. The notions of moral and transcendental freedom resemble each other, inasmuch as both of them postulate the existence of a causal efficacy beginning to act entirely of itself and apart from the operation of antecedent causes. On the other hand, there is little difficulty in showing that the two cases are, in every other respect, wholly different. The idea of transcendental freedom is supposed to result from certain speculative requirements. This does not by any means hold good for the idea of moral freedom. Nowhere within the field of theoretical investiga. 304. Can there be the slightest temptation to postulate moral freedom? Moreover, should there be other grounds for favoring such a hypothesis, one thing is certain from the start, namely, that it cannot assist us in any way in our study of natural phenomena. Our argument has so far had the purpose of establishing that, while it is indeed perfectly conceivable that purely speculative interests might suggest to the human mind the notion of a causal efficacy which is unconditioned and must thus be regarded as entirely free and spontaneous, it is on the other hand of great importance that the notion in question should be kept clearly apart from that of moral freedom. It remains for us to cite a particular instance of the many reasonings philosophers have employed with a view to demonstrating the existence of a free and non-natural causality. The first cause argument plainly affords a perfect specimen of this way of thinking, and it is obvious also why metaphysicians of a certain type have always been strongly in favor of the hypothesis that the universe must be supposed to be grounded in a first cause. It is felt that the denial of such a cause makes every phenomenon dependent on an infinite number of conditions, with the result that it is difficult to understand how anything could have come into being at all. Other philosophers again have adopted the very opposite standpoint, arguing that the postulate of a first cause brings us into conflict with the causal law itself, and drawing from this the conclusion that every natural phenomenon is dependent on an infinite series of causes. It is easy enough to guess how Kant would have proceeded in his solution of the third antinomy, if he had conceived of it in the terms suggested above. He would have sought to show that both parties in the dispute were radically mistaken. In the one case it is assumed that the series containing all the conditions of a given phenomenon terminates in a first member, while, in the other, it is assumed that it consists of an infinity of members. Neither assumption is tenable, by reason of the fact that no significant statement can be made about the totality of a series of conditions. The causal law is a principle of experience. But the very essence of the latter is that it is incapable of being fully completed, and that, in tracing back the causes of a phenomenon, we are never in a position to say that we have grasped them in their entirety. This may serve 305. To show that totality of causes, not being an object of possible experience, should have no properties assigned to it at all, and that it must not be spoken of as either finite or infinite. Let us now turn to Kant's own solution of the third antinomy. He, first of all, draws attention to the fact that the synthesis at work in the concept of quantity is a synthesis of the homogeneous, and that it involves a mathematical connection, i.e. one which necessarily remains within the sphere of sensibility. As against this, the concept of cause involves a dynamical synthesis, or synthesis of the heterogeneous. The conclusion which Kant believes himself justified in drawing from his observation of this difference is as follows. Since the series of causes admits of a heterogeneous condition lying beyond the range of perceptual knowledge, it might well be the case that an unconditioned cause existed somewhere in the intelligible realm. That we cannot, in sense experience, come across any causal agency except one dependent on antecedent conditions, is indeed certain enough. Yet there is nothing to debar us from assuming the occurrence of free, or spontaneous, causation in a field which is inaccessible to empirical observation, that is to say, in a nonsensible and transcendent sphere. Kant sums up his position in terms not unlike the following. The propositions making up the third antinomy have every appearance of standing in absolute opposition to one another. In actual fact, however, this seeming contradiction can be removed quite easily. Freedom may well exist as a supersensible agency, while it remains none the less true that, in our study of nature, we can never acknowledge the presence of such a property, and that we are here always obliged to inquire into antecedent conditions. In other words, a correct interpretation of the assertion that freedom exists, and of the opposing assertion that there can be no such thing as freedom, reveals that both assertions may, although in different senses, claim truth and validity for themselves. I do not propose to worry myself over the intricacies of the reasoning Kant brings forward here. Instead, I shall in what follows raise a much more general issue, namely, why he offers so curious and unsatisfactory a solution of the antinomy between natural and non-natural causation. The main reason would seem to be that 306. He is unduly preoccupied with the problem of moral freedom. The thesis he advocates is that it is perfectly possible to assume the existence of a free causality, while conceding, at the same time, that all events in the phenomenal world are subject to physical causality. But it is obvious surely that he would scarcely have committed himself to so radical a point of view, had he not been actuated by a desire to show that the postulate of a thoroughgoing determinism, in accordance with laws of nature, did not in any way exclude the possibility of moral action. I have previously argued that the question as to whether moral freedom and natural necessity are compatible can be of no concern to an inquirer into cosmology, and the reader will thus understand why I do not propose to occupy myself in any detail with the various observations upon this issue which Kant makes in the course of his discussion of the third antinomy. However, one point may be touched upon in the present context. The solution of the third antinomy Kant offers is that, when the thesis and the antithesis are made subject to the necessary emendations, they are seen to be perfectly capable of being reconciled with each other. This way of talking is somewhat troublesome, inasmuch as it suggests that Kant's intention is to demonstrate the reality of freedom as a special kind of causal efficacy. Indeed, there is a good deal in his disquisition upon the compatibility of freedom and natural necessity which would seem to favor such an interpretation, and his words frequently convey the idea that he thinks of freedom as a plain matter of fact known to us with the same certainty as those falling within the range of sense experience. This is why it is important to take note that Kant does, in fact, manage to clarify the position in the end, and to remove all suspicions of this sort, by an explicit denial that anything he has said has had the purpose of establishing even the possibility of freedom, let alone its actuality. Our intention has not been to establish the reality of freedom as one of the faculties which contain the cause of the appearances in our sensible world. For that inquiry could not have been successful, since we can never infer from experience anything which cannot be thought in accordance with the laws of experience. It has not even been our intention to prove the possibility of freedom. For in this also we should not have succeeded, since we 307. Cannot from mere concepts a priori know the possibility of any real ground and its causality. The remarks made in the last section may account for my view that Kant's discussion of freedom in the first critique contains a good deal which is seriously misleading. It remains to be asked why, in his writings upon moral philosophy, he is considerably more successful in presenting his case in a convincing manner. The correct answer is easily discovered. In his works on ethics, Kant is in a position to show that, as regards man's practical life, consciousness of the moral law must inevitably take first place, and that, apart from such consciousness, the postulate of freedom would have no warrant whatsoever. That consciousness of moral obligation immediately leads up to the idea of freedom is a truth of which he is indeed firmly convinced. However, Since this idea has previously been declared to be purely derivative, he is in a position to make a further point, namely, that practical assurance of freedom is perfectly satisfactory, and that theoretical certainty of its existence is neither possible nor even particularly desirable. He does, of course, adhere to the view that, although in postulating freedom we may be guided by exclusively practical considerations, such an assumption would nonetheless be indefensible, if there were some real conflict between it and the principles underlying our theoretical knowledge, and the solution of the problem he offers proceeds roughly as follows. Since we are in all our consciousness of matter of fact confined to mere appearances, or phenomena, nothing can hinder us from postulating freedom in the practical sense, and from presuming that the principle determining us as moral agents derives from a sphere altogether beyond the compass of human knowledge, that of the supersensible. I may mention here that I find insuperable difficulties in Kant's teaching on this issue, and that I believe him to have failed in his attempt to solve the problem of freedom. However, the reader will understand that I cannot, in the present context, express my opinions in this matter with any degree of adequacy, since this would involve me in a lengthy discussion of Kant's views on ethics. Indeed, my sole purpose in making the foregoing observations has been to draw attention to the following point. Kant propounds the thesis that the principle of natural necessity and that of freedom 308 can be seen not to conflict with one another, once the former is recognized as applying to sensible phenomena only, while the latter refers to a sense-transcendent realm. He works out this doctrine in considerable detail in his writings on moral philosophy, and defends it with a good deal of vigor and ingenuity. Yet even here his argument seems open to grave objections. In the critique of pure reason things are appreciably worse. And the student is hard put to it to attach any clear meaning to Kant's remarkable thesis that, while man is, in respect of his empirical character, fully determined by the law of natural causation, he may yet endow himself with an intelligible character, in virtue of which he finds himself placed in a nonsensible sphere, and is thus wholly exempt from the laws governing the phenomena of nature. Kant's so-called fourth antinomy, that concerning conditioned and necessary existence, is for the most part of purely historical interest. Yet it is worth noting that the solution propounded proceeds along essentially the same lines as that of the third antinomy. Kant suggests once again that a proper examination of the antinomy may well result in revealing the truth of the two propositions which appear to be in irreconcilable conflict with one another. A way of escape from this apparent antinomy thus lies open to us. Both of the conflicting propositions may be true, if taken in different connections. All things in the world of sense may be contingent, and so have only an empirically conditioned existence, while yet there may be a non-empirical condition of the whole series, that is, there may exist an unconditionally necessary being. This necessary being, as the intelligible condition of the series, would not belong to it as a member, not even as the highest member of it, nor would it render any member of the series empirically unconditioned. Having made this point, Kant goes on to explain what becomes of reason's principle concerning conditioned and unconditioned existence when it is correctly understood as merely regulative in character. His argument runs thus. The principle lays it down that, while everything in the sensible world has an empirically conditioned existence, so that in none of its features can it be unconditionally necessary, there is nothing to debar us from recognizing. 309. That the whole series may derive from an intelligible being, entirely free from conditions and itself containing the ground of the possibility of all appearances. Kant sums up his position in the following passage. In these remarks we have no intention of proving the unconditionally necessary existence of such a being, or even of establishing the possibility of a purely intelligible condition of the existence of appearances in the sensible world. Just as, on the one hand, we limit reason, lest in leaving the guiding thread of the empirical conditions it should go straying into the transcendent, so, on the other hand, we limit the law of the purely empirical employment of the understanding, lest it should presume to decide as to the possibility of things in general, and should declare the intelligible to be impossible, merely on the ground that it is not of any use in explaining appearances. Thus all that we have shown is that the thoroughgoing contingency of all natural things, and of all their empirical conditions, is quite consistent with the optional assumption of a necessary, though purely intelligible, condition, and that as there is no real contradiction between the two assertions, both may be true. Such an absolutely necessary being, as conceived by the understanding, may be in itself impossible, but this can in no wise be inferred from the universal contingency and dependence of everything belonging to the sensible world. The most objectionable feature of Kant's discussion of the fourth antinomy is that he puts his case, in several places, in the language of extreme rationalism. In this way the reader is given the impression that Kant considers the concept of a necessary being to be a properly significant one, notwithstanding the fact that the reference in this concept is to a purely intelligible reality. There are, it is true, certain passages which introduce important qualifications. For example, Kant points out that there is nothing in his argument which would serve to establish even the possibility of a necessary being, that such a being may in fact be impossible, and that, if its existence be assumed, this is a quite arbitrary assumption. However, it remains to be asked how Kant is led to put forward the view that the conceptions of necessary and contingent existence might, after all, both have the right to claim validity for 310. Themselves, the former in respect of the supersensible, the latter in respect of everything contained in the sensible world. At first sight it might appear as if there were no particular difficulty about finding the correct answer. Kant has insisted throughout the critique that, while the human mind can indeed have no knowledge of anything except sense-given phenomena, this provides no justification for a denial of the existence of supersensible realities, or things in themselves. This thesis may seem to account sufficiently for Kant's view that, despite the universal contingency of natural phenomena, it is perfectly possible, and in a way inevitable, to postulate an absolutely necessary being which has its place in a sense-transcendent sphere. However, we shall find later, when we come to concern ourselves with Kant's inquiry into the proofs of the existence of God, that he takes an extremely critical view of the metaphysical idea of necessary existence, and that he considers it to be wholly incapable of becoming meaningful in the real sense of that term. We may suspect, therefore, that some special grounds must exist why this idea should be treated with such remarkable leniency in Kant's discussion of the fourth antinomy. We have seen that, in setting out to provide a solution of the third antinomy, Kant has recourse to an extremely artificial argument which proceeds roughly as follows. If a series of conditions involves a mathematical synthesis, that is to say, if its members are connected with one another according to relations of space and time, it is indeed quite certain that they must all be homogeneous, and that, consequently, there can be no member which is absolutely unconditioned. But the series of causes involves a dynamical synthesis, which leaves open the possibility that it might contain a heterogeneous member, and this gives us the right to suppose that it may be ultimately grounded in something nonsensible and non-empirical. The above should make it fairly obvious why Kant propounds so curious and unsatisfactory a solution of the antinomy concerning necessary and contingent existence. Having once committed himself to the distinction between mathematical and dynamical synthesis, between a series of conditions whose members are necessarily homogeneous and one which admits of a heterogeneous condition, he is plainly obliged to employ the same method in 311. Dealing with the fourth antinomy as he did in dealing with the third, for so far as these characteristics are concerned, the causal series and that of contingent existence are, of course, exactly alike. With this we have come to the end of our examination of Kant's inquiry into rational cosmology. He assumes throughout his discussion that a number of metaphysical notions are inevitably entertained by every human reason when it comes to reflect upon the universe, and that, since these notions allow a being interpreted in opposite senses, we find ourselves placed in a dialectical situation giving rise to great difficulties and perplexities. I have previously explained why I feel obliged to dissociate myself from Kant's teaching upon this issue, and I may add here that, however interesting Kant's discourse upon cosmology may be in other respects, it does not seem to contain a great deal which might serve as an effective criticism of metaphysical thinking. Moreover, it must indeed be a matter of regret that, in the comments he makes upon the third and fourth antinomies, Kant should commit himself to a number of assertions which tend to obscure the radical difference between his own standpoint and that of those advocating a policy of outright rationalism. On the other hand, it is only fair to point out that Kant clarifies the position to a considerable extent in later parts of the critique. For example, in the course of his investigation of the cosmological proof, he puts forward the view that the concept of necessary existence cannot be made properly intelligible at all, so long as it is taken to have reference to an actual entity to be found somewhere in the realm of the supersensible, and it is shown there also that the first cause argument is entirely fallacious. The foregoing should leave no doubt that, if we are to arrive at a full understanding of Kant's attitude towards speculative philosophy, we must be prepared to embark upon an examination of his inquiry into the proofs of the existence of God. And this is the task we propose to perform in the next chapter. Chapter 13. The Proofs of the Existence of God. Kant's disquisition upon what he calls transcendental theology makes an unpromising start. There is an introductory chapter headed The Transcendental Ideal, in which Kant seeks to establish that every human reason forms quite inevitably the concept of a being endowed with supreme reality. His argument upon this issue is extremely involved, and proceeds in a highly artificial manner. Moreover, since the type of logic upon which he relies, in presenting his case, is completely antiquated, so that no present-day philosopher could in any case concur with his point of view, I propose to confine myself to giving a very brief summary of Kant's principal points. Kant is convinced that the notion of an all-embracing reality is, in the first instance, entirely confined to the sphere of logic. If, at a later stage, the conclusion is drawn that an actual entity corresponds to the notion in question, this is due to considerations such as the following. An examination of the essential character of particular objects goes to show that each of them is determined by a limited number of real predicates, while others of these predicates are lacking to it. In view of this, it seems perfectly feasible to postulate an entity, which is to contrast with finite existence, while regarding the former as the sum total of all possibility, i.e. as that from which all real predicates ultimately derive. It will be plain that the idea we have in mind, when we thus differentiate between a supreme reality and everything else as limited in its reality and as owing all its positive characteristics to the former, is that of a primordial being, and it appears further that dependent beings cannot be conceived of as related to the primordial being in the sense of being contained in it and, as it were, forming part of it. On the contrary, it is to be thought of as their supreme ground, and as standing wholly outside the realm of conditioned existence. Lastly, we are made aware, and this solely by way of an analysis of the concept of an ens realissimum that the entity referred to in 313. This concept must have the properties of simplicity, all-sufficiency, eternity, etc. Kant's detailed discussion of the three types of proof brought forward by his predecessors, with a view to demonstrating the existence of God, is preceded by a chapter in which he gives a general outline of the procedure adopted in the ontological argument. The first point he makes is that, while our reason does indeed find it impossible to dispense with the concept of an ens realissimum, it would nonetheless not be naive enough to suppose that a mere creature of its own thought signified an actual being, unless there were an additional motive prompting it to seek for something unconditioned, which might serve as a resting place in the empirical regress it is called upon to undertake. In other words, instead of beginning with concepts, reason actually begins with common experience, i.e. something existing, and it concludes that, if the latter is to preserve any stability at all, it must be made to rest on the absolutely necessary. If we admit something as existing, no matter what the something may be, we must also admit that there is something which exists necessarily. For the contingent exists only under the condition of some other contingent existence as its cause, and from this again we must infer yet another cause, until we are brought to a cause which is not contingent, and which is therefore unconditionally necessary. This is the argument upon which reason bases its advance to the primordial being. Kant then goes on to give an account of the second step in the argument. Human reason, having previously convinced itself that there must be something or other which exists absolutely necessarily, looks round for a concept which may come up to the requirements of so preeminent a mode of existence. It turns out that only one concept will do at all, that of an ens realissimum. The concept of an ens realissimum is, of all concepts of possible things, that which best squares with the concept of an unconditionally necessary being, and though it may not be completely adequate to it, we have no choice in the matter, but find ourselves constrained to hold to it. For we cannot afford to dispense with the existence of a necessary being, and once its existence is granted, we cannot, in the whole field of possibility, find anything. 314. That can make a better grounded claim to such preeminence in the mode of its existence. In commenting upon the reasonings set out in the preceding section, we may safely ignore Kant's thesis that the notion of a something in which all real predicates are united cannot be done without, so far as reason in its logical use is concerned. For however wrong-headed Kant's teaching in this matter may be, it is plainly of quite secondary importance as regards the main question to be settled in his inquiry into the ontological proof, namely, whether the notion of an ens realissimum can be allowed to signify an actual entity. In setting out to show that this is by no means the case, Kant makes, first of all, the point that the concept of necessary existence takes in every way precedence over that of supreme reality. He is indeed fully aware that the ontological argument begins with the concept of an ens realissimum, and that it is only at a later stage that the conclusion is drawn that the being thought of in this concept exists absolutely necessarily. However, he feels certain, at the same time, that it would in fact never have occurred to philosophers to place reliance upon such a method of proof, had they not been persuaded, from the start, of the inevitability of postulating the existence of a wholly unconditioned and absolutely necessary being. Kant's belief that the inference from contingent to necessary existence has an overwhelming degree of initial plausibility, and that it is perfectly natural in every way, must be kept clearly in mind, if the student is to be in a position to arrive at a proper understanding of the somewhat complex attitude he takes up towards the ontological proof. He judges it from two entirely different standpoints. On the one hand, he feels that the proof is extremely forced and artificial, and that it is sheer naivete to suppose that God's existence can be demonstrated simply by way of manipulating certain concepts which have their origin in our own minds. On the other hand, it seems to him that the ontological approach, which purports to base itself upon a strictly a priori reasoning, has one thing to be said in its favor. It is quite true that, if the human mind were actually capable of having knowledge of God's existence, this could happen only in one way, namely, through an act of intellectual insight pure and simple, through an 315 act, that is to say, which did not require to take any account of experience at all. The first point I propose to consider, in turning to Kant's detailed discussion of the ontological proof, is his thesis that existence must not be taken for a real predicate. The argument brought forward by his metaphysical opponents may be summed up as follows. They begin by insisting upon the indispensability of the concept of an ens realissimum, i.e. that of a being in which all real predicates are united, and they then go to show that such a being is bound to exist. Existence is an essential feature of reality. Now, since the thing under consideration cannot, ex hypothesi, lack anything which pertains to reality, it is plainly impossible to deny existence to it. In other words, there is no way of conceiving of the ens realissimum as non-existent. In seeking to establish that existence is, in actual fact, not a real predicate at all, Kant employs the method of reductio ad absurdum. Let it be supposed that a thing, inasmuch as it is merely thought of, still lacks a certain property to be ascribed to it later, when we recognize it as actually existent. Clearly, an assumption of this sort would entail that the so-called concept of the thing was defective, and that, in consequence, it could not be regarded as the concept of that particular thing at all. In view of this, we are entitled to conclude as follows. Whatever may be signified by actual existence, one thing is quite certain: existence does not stand for some real predicate, or property, things acquire, when, in addition to being merely possible and conceivable, they enter the realm of reality, or actuality, proper. Kant's denial that existence denotes a real predicate seems to be regarded by a good many present-day philosophers as the most significant feature of his treatment of the ontological proof. However, the erroneousness of such a view must surely be obvious to anyone who is familiar with the development of his thought, and who realizes that, so far as this issue is concerned, he held precisely the same opinion during his pre-critical period when he still believed in the possibility of establishing the existence of God by way of rational demonstration. As for his procedure in the critique, on the other hand, it should be noted that he is by no means satisfied with drawing attention to the merely formal errors of 316 reasoning committed by those against whom his criticism is directed. On the contrary, by simply referring to the theory of knowledge worked out in the Transcendental Analytic, he is in a position to indicate with great clarity the source of his fundamental disagreement with the upholders of the view that purely conceptual operations may suffice to give us certainty with regard to the existence of a supreme being. His adversaries allege that one particular concept is singled out from all others, in that it immediately guarantees the actual existence of the object it signifies. Kant shows this to be a profound error. He insists that, within the context of human knowledge at any rate, the notion of existence can be made properly intelligible in one way and one way only, namely, by supposing that it stands for the factor of supplying material for the purposes of sense perception. This is why mere conception of a thing must always be quite different from consciousness of its existence, and why it is impossible seriously to entertain the idea that this general truth should admit of any exception whatsoever. Kant sums up his position in the following passages, and here we find the source of our present difficulty. Were we dealing with an object of the senses, we could not confound the existence of the thing with the mere concept of it. For through the concept the object is thought only as conforming to the universal conditions of possible empirical knowledge in general, whereas through its existence it is thought as belonging to the context of experience as a whole. In being thus connected with the content of experience as a whole, the concept of the object is not, however, in the least enlarged. All that has happened is that our thought has thereby obtained an additional possible perception. It is not, therefore, surprising that, if we attempt to think existence through the pure category alone, we cannot specify a single mark distinguishing it from mere possibility. Whatever, therefore, and however much, our concept of an object may contain, we must go outside it, if we are to ascribe existence to the object. In the case of objects of the senses this takes place through their connection with some one of our perceptions, in accordance with empirical laws. But in dealing with objects of pure thought, we have no means whatsoever of knowing their existence, since it would have to be known in a completely 317 a priori manner. Our consciousness of all existence belongs exclusively to the unity of experience. Any existence outside this field, while not indeed such as we can declare to be absolutely impossible, is of the nature of an assumption which we can never be in a position to justify. I shall refrain from engaging in a detailed examination of Kant's text, chiefly on the ground that he concerns himself with a particularly unattractive version of the ontological proof, so that he may be fairly accused of having made matters unduly easy for himself. As for the question whether the proof allows of being restated in such a way as to make it less vulnerable to criticism, and how Kant might have dealt with such an improved specimen, this is an issue which will be raised later in the present chapter. For the time being, I may confine myself to reminding the reader that Kant brings two additional charges against the ontological proof, namely, that it is exceedingly artificial, and that a proof which pretends to place its entire trust in strictly a priori reasonings, would, in reality, never have been undertaken at all, had it not been assumed all along that there was a legitimate inference from contingent to necessary existence. To attempt to extract from a purely arbitrary idea the existence of an object corresponding to it is a quite unnatural procedure and a mere innovation of scholastic subtlety. Such an attempt would never have been made if there had not been antecedently, on the part of our reason, the need to assume as a basis of existence in general something necessary, and if, since this necessity must be unconditioned and certain a priori, reason had not, in consequence, been forced to seek a concept which would satisfy, if possible, such a demand, and enable us to know an existence in a completely a priori manner. Such a concept was supposed to have been found in the idea of an ens realissimum, and that idea was therefore used only for the more definite knowledge of that necessary being, of the necessary existence of which we were already convinced, or persuaded, on other grounds. This natural procedure of reason was, however, concealed from view, and instead of ending with this concept, the attempt was made to begin with it, and so as to deduce from it that necessity of existence which it was only fitted to supplement. Thus arose the 318. Fortunate ontological proof, which yields satisfaction neither to the natural and healthy understanding nor to the more academic demands of strict proof. Kant takes it for granted, throughout his discussion of the cosmological proof, that its supporters wish to avoid the ontological procedure, and that, once they are shown that their own doctrine obliges them to fall back upon it, they will willingly give up their case as lost. Before we go on to concern ourselves with the various arguments Kant adduces, with a view to establishing that the cosmological proof is simply a disguised version of the ontological one, we shall do well to indicate briefly what version of the cosmological proof he has in mind. He alleges that it retains the connection of absolute necessity with supreme reality. However, instead of reasoning from supreme reality to necessity of existence, it reasons from the previously given unconditioned existence of some being to the unlimited reality of that being. The various steps which are taken here may be set out as follows. To begin with, the assertion is made that, if anything is to exist at all, an absolutely necessary being must also exist. Secondly, it is shown that only one concept is adequate to that of absolute necessity, i.e. that of the ens realissimum. And last of all, we come to conclude that, in view of this, the property of necessary existence is not to be met anywhere except in that which comprises all real predicates, and which is thus completely determined solely in virtue of its own concept. In seeking to expose the weaknesses of the arguments outlined above, Kant shows, first of all, that the cosmological proof, which sets such great store by the fact that it bases itself upon experience, does, in reality, make use of it merely in order to take a single step, i.e. to infer the existence of some necessary being. As for the question what properties such a being may possess, the empirical premise cannot, of course, give us any information upon this issue, and we are thus driven to establish this point solely by way of conceptual operations, the purport of which is to prove that the conditions essential to absolute necessity are to be encountered in the ens realissimum, and that the latter is therefore to be regarded as the absolutely necessary being. This leads immediately to Kant's second criticism. Those in 319 favor of the cosmological argument plainly assume that the concept of supreme reality is in every way adequate to that of necessary existence. They take it that supreme reality expresses precisely what is signified by necessity of existence, and accordingly believe themselves justified in inferring the former from the latter. But if this inference were correct, it would likewise follow that necessity of existence could be inferred from supreme reality. In other words, the validity of the ontological proof is tacitly presupposed by the cosmological one, and the so-called appeal to experience is wholly gratuitous. In this section attention will be drawn to a number of objections we should wish to bring against Kant's discourse upon the cosmological proof. Kant's suggestion that acceptance of the cosmological argument implies rejection of the ontological one cannot be allowed to stand. Indeed, there are a considerable number of philosophers even at the present day, and there have been many more in former times, who believe both the ontological and the cosmological arguments to be valid, and thinkers of this type may rightly insist that their own position is in no way affected by what Kant has to say on this matter. The cosmological argument has often been formulated in such a way as to omit all reference to the concept of an ens realissimum, and it must be a matter of regret that Kant should have confined his attention to a particularly unconvincing specimen. Surely, Those who propose to demonstrate the existence of a supreme being on cosmological lines have no need to commit themselves to any specific statement concerning its nature. They will have proved their point if they can show that the fact of necessary existence may be inferred from that of contingent existence, or alternatively, if they are in a position to establish that an infinite series of causes is impossible, and that everything in the world must, accordingly, be supposed to be grounded in a first cause existing in its own right and independently of any further conditions. Kant himself refers in one place to an argument of this type and subjects it to various criticisms which will be grasped without difficulty by anyone who is familiar with the teaching he has propounded in the preceding parts of the critique. The text reads as follows. Point 20. We find, for instance, the transcendental principle whereby from the contingent we infer a cause. This principle is applicable only in the sensible world. Outside that world it has no meaning whatsoever. For the mere intellectual concept of the contingent cannot give rise to any synthetic proposition, such as that of causality. The principle of causality has no meaning and no criterion for its application save only in the sensible world. But in the cosmological proof it is precisely in order to enable us to advance beyond the sensible world that it is employed. The inference to a first cause, from the impossibility of an infinite series of causes, given one after the other, in the sensible world. The principles of the employment of reason do not justify this conclusion even within the world of experience, still less beyond this world in a realm into which the series can never be extended. The unjustified self-satisfaction of reason in respect of the completion of the series. The removal of all the conditions without which no concept of necessity is possible is taken by reason to be a completion of the concept of the series, on the ground that we can then conceive nothing further. The confusion between the logical possibility of a concept of all reality united into one and the transcendental possibility of such a reality. In the case of the latter there is needed a principle of the practicability of such a synthesis, a principle which itself, however, can apply only to the field of possible experiences etc. We turn next to what we believe to be the most interesting feature of Kant's inquiry into the proofs of the existence of God, namely, his reinterpretation of the concept of necessary existence in terms denying to it any metaphysical significance whatever. He draws attention in several places to the fact that, while it is indeed impossible for us, once anything at all is allowed to be actually existing, to avoid the conclusion that there must be something or other which exists absolutely necessarily, we yet find, as we set out to inquire into the object to which the alleged property is to be assigned, that, whatever thing we may choose, its non-existence can always be conceived without the least difficulty, so that there is no way of thinking of it as enjoying the privilege of an unconditional, or absolutely necessary, existence. What, then, is there? 321. To account for this strange state of affairs? Kant's answer is given in the following passage. If I am constrained to think something necessary as a condition of existing things, but am unable to think any particular thing as in itself necessary, it inevitably follows that necessity and contingency do not concern the things themselves, otherwise there would be a contradiction. Consequently, neither of these principles can be objective. They may, however, be regarded as subjective principles of reason. The one calls upon us to seek something necessary as a condition of all that is given as existent, that is, to stop nowhere until we have arrived at an explanation which is complete a priori. The other forbids us ever to hope for this completion, that is, forbids us to treat anything empirical as unconditioned and to exempt ourselves from the toil of its further derivation. Viewed in this manner, the two principles are merely heuristic and regulative, and as concerning only the formal interest of reason, can very well stand side by side. The one prescribes that we are to philosophize about nature as if there were a necessary first ground for all that belongs to existence solely, however, for the purpose of bringing systematic unity into our knowledge, by always pursuing such an idea, as an imagined ultimate ground. The other warns us not to regard any determination whatsoever of existing things as such an ultimate ground, that is, as absolute necessary, but to keep the way always open for further derivation, and so to treat each and every determination as always conditioned by something else. In this passage Kant burdens the reader with the whole mass of his technical vocabulary. We shall do well, therefore, in seeking to assess the value of his argument, to discuss it in terms appreciably different from those he himself employs. He has told us on many previous occasions that he considers the inference from contingent to necessary existence to have an almost irresistible semblance of truth about it. I have explained before why he seems to me to be essentially right in this. There are indeed no reasons why one should wish to deny that the terms contingent and necessary are somewhat odd, and that they are no longer in common use. On the other hand, the argument which requires us to postulate a first ground of things from which everything else ultimately derives, has surely as much attraction as it ever had for all those not L. 322. Specially trained in philosophical reflections. And this is why I am inclined to think that there is nothing seriously open to objection in what Kant has to say about the natural appeal of the assumption that our world has its origin in a being which is all-sufficient and no longer conditioned by anything else. The very point of Kant's analysis of the concept of necessary existence is, of course, to show that such an assumption, however plausible at first sight, will not stand up to serious scrutiny. He inquires into the origin of the notion of the absolutely necessary, and he finds that it arises as the result of our becoming aware of the limitations of our knowledge and of the peculiar character of the objects confronting us in experience. There is no matter of fact revealed to our consciousness which would not allow a being denied without self-contradiction. Whatever may become known to us as existing may just as well be conceived of as not existing. This is what is meant, when we speak of the contingency of things, and when, by contrast with it, we come to entertain the idea of a quite different type of existence, i.e. necessary existence. Now this idea might indeed prove extremely profitable to us, were we content to appeal to it for the purpose of reminding ourselves of the essential finitude of the human mind. However, instead of taking such a course, we are apt to use it in precisely the opposite sense. Having noted that the facts revealed to us in sense experience are, one and all, of a merely contingent character, that the process of empirical discovery is never at an end, and that, as a result, it must always remain impossible for us to arrive at a perfect understanding of anything, we are led to postulate a sense-transcendent entity enjoying the privilege of necessary, or unconditional, existence, while claiming that we can acquire knowledge of its nature, and that, in this special instance, we have the power of true rational insight. If the principles by which Kant is guided in his refutation of the cosmological proof are to be brought into proper prominence, the greatest possible attention must be paid to the fact that he thinks of contingency and necessity as strictly correlative terms, and that he believes these notions to be the result of our becoming conscious of ourselves as finite beings. He has indeed no hesitation in admitting that the concern of a suprahuman intelligence equipped with a faculty of pure intellection would be with 323 necessary facts, i.e. facts guaranteed solely in virtue of their own nature. However, he realizes perfectly well that the sort of necessity involved in such a hypothetical case would be something totally different from what is predicated in the notion of necessity which philosophers have employed for the purpose of demonstrating the existence of a supreme being. An intelligence capable of intellectual intuition, or alternatively, one which could establish facts through purely deductive processes, would find itself in a situation in which anything and everything present to consciousness was cognized as inherently necessary. As against this, even the staunchest supporters of the proofs of the existence of God are compelled to acknowledge that matters of fact, as they become known to human minds, are not necessary in this sense at all. On the other hand, they believe themselves entitled to infer precisely from the essential contingency of the objects of sensible experience that there must be one reality which is exempted from this general rule, and which exists entirely in its own right, i.e. absolutely necessarily. Yet it appears, on proper reflection, that this inference is wholly unwarranted, and that, although the idea of a necessary being has an important, and indeed indispensable, part to play in human knowledge, it makes no sense even to ask whether there is a real object corresponding to it. The function of the notion of a necessary existent is not to provide knowledge of a special entity beyond the field of experience, but to remind us that, since we are debarred from establishing any fact by way of rational insight alone, nothing absolute or ultimate can ever enter into our consciousness, and that, in consequence, we are obliged to go on with our empirical investigations indefinitely, having at no stage the right to claim that they have been successfully brought to a close. The above comments upon Kant's analysis of the idea of absolute necessity should leave no doubt that, granted the soundness of the main principles underlying his theory of knowledge, Kant would encounter no serious difficulty in effectively disposing of any version of the cosmological argument, no matter how carefully it was formulated. As for the ontological argument, the position is very much the same. Kant himself does indeed select a particularly objectionable specimen, and I have no wish to deny. 324. That the far-fetched notion of the ens realissimum might be eliminated altogether, without this making any significant difference to the argument, and that there might be other ways of giving it a higher degree of initial plausibility. However, I fail to see how devices of this sort could affect the issue to any appreciable extent. It is surely of the very essence of the ontological method that it proposes to establish its case without an appeal to anything empirical, and that it is thus obliged to place its trust in abstract concepts, whatever these may be. The question then arises whether there is any possibility that, in one particular instance, knowledge might be obtainable for us through intellectual means alone. Kant's answer is an unqualified negative. He is convinced that no such situation is conceivable at all, and no one will, of course, wish to quarrel with him on this issue except those who believe him to be radically mistaken in the view he takes of the essential nature of human consciousness. The critique of pure reason fails to provide an exhaustive analysis of the teleological principle, and this is largely responsible for the somewhat unsatisfactory character of Kant's inquiry into what he calls the physico-theological proof of the existence of God. In seeking to assess its value, he applies to it, as he did in the case of the two other proofs, several quite different criteria. For example, he asks whether it can be said to have a natural appeal, i.e. to be in accordance with the demands of common sense. His answer is that in this respect it has everything in its favor. This proof always deserves to be mentioned with respect. It is the oldest, the clearest, and the best suited to ordinary human reason. It enlivens the study of nature, just as it itself derives its existence and gains ever new vigor from that source. It suggests ends and purposes, where our observation would not have detected them by itself, and extends our knowledge of nature by means of the guiding concept of a special unity, the principle of which is outside nature. This knowledge reacts again on its cause, namely, upon the idea which has led to it, and so strengthens the belief in a supreme author that the belief acquires the strength of an irresistible conviction. Reason, constantly upheld by this ever-increasing evidence, which, though empirical, is yet so powerful, cannot be soda. 325. Pressed through doubts suggested by subtle and abstruse speculation, that it is not at once aroused from the indecision of all melancholy reflection, as from a dream, by one glance at the wonders of nature and the majesty of the universe ascending from height to height up to the all-highest, from the condition to its conditions, up to the supreme and unconditioned author. Kant's words in the passages quoted tend to suggest that he regards the physico-theological proof as entirely satisfactory, and as coming up in every way to what is required for the purposes of strict rational demonstration. In actual fact, however, he believes the very opposite. Before proceeding to give a full explanation of his views on this issue, he sets out the various steps taken in the argument under consideration. The chief points of the physico-theological proof are as follows. In the world we everywhere find clear signs of an order in accordance with a determinate purpose carried out with great wisdom. This purposive order is quite alien to the things of the world, and only belongs to them contingently, that is to say, the diverse things could not of themselves have cooperated, to the fulfillment of determinate final purposes, had they not been chosen and designed for these purposes by an ordering rational principle in conformity with underlying ideas. There exists, therefore, a sublime and wise cause, which must be the cause of the world not merely as a blindly working all-powerful nature, Vivekandiety, but as intelligence, through freedom. The unity of this cause may be inferred from the unity of the reciprocal relations existing between the parts of the world, as members of an artfully arranged structure inferred with certainty in so far as our observation suffices for its verification, and beyond these limits with probability, in accordance with the principles of analogy. Since Kant's language in this passage is somewhat abstract and over-technical, it will be well to add a few words by way of explanation. He believes the position to be something like this. The starting point of the argument from design is our observation that countless things in nature cannot be accounted for on the principle of mere mechanism. So long as we place our trust a study of Kant exclusively in the principle of mechanical causation, we are bound to consider any and every whole to be nothing more than an aggregate of parts which have combined in a certain way, without its being anybody's intention that they should do so. However, we find that many natural phenomena remain inexplicable on such an assumption, and this is how we are led to postulate a nonsensible and non-natural agency which has the power of designing things so as to make them subserve definite ends. It remains to be asked whether there is only one intelligible cause or several of them, and in view of the all-pervasiveness of design and our discovery of the most striking resemblances everywhere, we finally decide this issue in favor of the former supposition. Kant's first criticism of the physico-theological proof is that the method of reasoning relied upon here can at best establish the existence of a world architect, not that of a creator of the world. While the empirical evidence, to which we are referred with so much insistence, may perhaps enable us to conclude that natural objects are, in respect of their form, the product of supreme wisdom, it can lend no support whatsoever to the thesis that this holds good likewise for the material out of which things are fashioned. Kant's second, and principal, objection is that the physico-theological proof, which pretends to base itself exclusively upon facts open to empirical observation, is, in reality, obliged to fall back, in the end, upon both the cosmological and the ontological proof. He makes this point in the following passage. The physico-theological argument can indeed lead us to the point of admiring the greatness, wisdom, power, etc., of the author of the world, but can take us no further. Accordingly, we then abandon the argument from empirical grounds of proof, and fall back upon the contingency which, in the first steps of the argument, we had inferred from the order and purposiveness of the world. With this contingency as our sole premise, we then advance, by means of transcendental concepts alone, to the existence of an absolutely necessary being, and from the concept of the absolute necessity of the first cause to the completely determinate or determinable concept of that necessary being, namely, to the concept of an all-embracing reality. Thus the physico 327 theological proof, failing in its undertaking, has in face of this difficulty suddenly fallen back upon the cosmological proof, and since the latter is only a disguised ontological proof, it has really achieved its purpose by pure reason alone, although at the start it disclaimed all kinship with pure reason and professed to establish its conclusions on convincing evidence derived from experience. If it be asked what Kant's attitude would have been towards a version of the argument from design which, in setting out to establish the existence of a supreme reality, dispensed with a priori reasoning altogether, and relied upon nothing but observable facts, the correct answer is immediately obvious. While he is indeed convinced that all the efforts made by the advocates of the ontological proof must be in vain, he holds, at the same time that, if the question be to obtain knowledge of a transcendent entity, no argument need be seriously considered except one which pays no attention to experience, and which seeks to accomplish its aim by intellectual means alone. This is why Kant hints, at the very beginning of his investigation, that the physico-theological proof is bound to end in failure. In view of what has already been said, it is evident that we can count upon a quite easy and conclusive answer to this inquiry. For how can experience ever be adequate to an idea? The peculiar nature of the latter consists just in the fact that no experience can ever be equal to it. The transcendental idea of a necessary and all-sufficient original being is so overwhelmingly great, so high above everything empirical, the latter being always conditioned, that it leaves us at a loss, partly because we can never find in experience material to satisfy such a concept, and partly because it is always in the sphere of the conditioned that we carry out our search, seeking there ever vainly for the unconditioned, no law of any empirical synthesis giving us an example of any such unconditioned or providing the least guidance in its pursuit. It remains for us to say a word about the value of Kant's examination of the argument from design. There would seem little doubt that he deals with it in a somewhat ineffectual manner. The reason is, as I have suggested before, that the problem of teleology is not as yet fully faced in the first critique, and that the 328 views Kant puts forward here give but little indication of the highly complex and sophisticated character of the theory he will elaborate in his later works. To bring out this point, attention may be drawn to a significant thesis he propounds in the Critique of Judgment, namely, that our need to employ the teleological principle is evidence of the limitatio ys of human knowledge, and that an intelligence superior to ours would find it quite unnecessary to have recourse to teleological explanations. It will be obvious that, had Kant reached full clarity upon this issue at the time when he wrote the Critique of Pure Reason, he would have had at his disposal a truly deadly weapon against the propounders of the physico-theological proof. According to them, the fact that we must think of nature as being permeated by a principle of purposiveness justifies an inference to a reality which has its place in a sense-transcendent realm. As against this, Kant could have established the absurdity of such an inference, simply by showing that, since teleological considerations have no part to play except in the case of a mind confined to the field of sense experience, it is impossible seriously to entertain the idea that they might provide us with the means of acquiring knowledge beyond that field. There is one last point I should like to touch upon very briefly in the present chapter. In his inquiry into the proofs of the existence of God, and indeed everywhere else in the Critique, Kant has no hesitation in making use of the distinction between a finite consciousness and an infinite one, between a sensible and an intelligible realm. This may come up for serious criticism from many present-day philosophers, especially those belonging to the school of positivism and empiricism. As for myself, I have no wish to deny that, if attention be drawn to the essential finitude of human consciousness, this is a procedure which involves certain risks, and which at times has been the occasion for a good deal of unwarranted metaphysical speculation. For example, certain philosophers have argued that our intelligence, in having the ability to recognize itself as limited, is, at the same time, provided with the means of transcending these limits. On the other hand, it is only fair to point out, as we have indeed done on many previous occasions, that Kant's readiness to appeal to the idea of perfect knowledge, by way of contrast with our own, never affords him the slightest temptation to waver in his belief that the notion of an in 329 intelligible realm, and that of a mind concerned with such a realm, must within the sphere of cognition, at any rate always remain wholly lacking in real significance. However, if these notions become none the less most fruitful in Kant's philosophy, this is because they help him towards a better appreciation of the teaching propounded by his metaphysical adversaries, while, at the same time, providing him with a suitable instrument for demonstrating the untenability of their position. Chapter 14. The problem of the systematization of knowledge. Kant's aim in the transcendental dialectic has up to now been largely destructive, namely, to establish that human reason is wholly incompetent to accomplish what must, in virtue of its very nature, be its principal goal, i.e. to lead beyond the objects of experience into a realm of nonsensible absolutes. However, he believes that yet another task awaits him before his business can be said to be properly complete. It is to be ascertained what positive function reason is capable of performing strictly within the framework of empirical knowledge. This issue is raised in a lengthy section which follows upon the dialectic proper. Kant begins his inquiry by pointing out that, although ideas of reason do indeed remain devoid of real meaning, so long as they are taken to refer to sense-transcendent realities, there can, on the other hand, be no doubt that some sort of meaning attaches to them, and that it must be possible to discover how they are to be legitimately used. He puts this point as follows: everything that has its basis in the nature of our powers must be appropriate to, and consistent with, their right employment. We are entitled, therefore, to suppose that transcendental ideas have their own good, proper, and therefore immanent use. For it is not the idea in itself, but its use only, that can be either transcendent or immanent. Kant takes it for granted in the passage quoted, and he takes up the same position in many other places, that, if certain notions arise necessarily in every human mind, this is sufficient evidence that they cannot be thought of as serving no useful purpose. As for the special case of the transcendental ideas, his contention is that they are of the very essence of reason, and that we are thus fully entitled to presume that they form the basis of certain principles playing an essential part in our knowledge of things. These speculations would seem to be open to two main object 33(1). First, and this is a matter to which we have drawn attention on several previous occasions, there is little or no plausibility in Kant's thesis that a number of conceptions are bound up with rationality as such. Secondly, in alleging that the ideas of reason would never have arisen at all, unless they had, from the first, been intended to prove useful in some way or other, Kant has recourse to teleological considerations of a strangely naive type, and his argument may therefore be said to proceed in a manner contrary to the principles of his own philosophy. This brings us to a different point. Before he proceeds to give a full explanation of what he understands by an immanent, or merely regulative, employment, of transcendental ideas, Kant asserts once again that human reason is never in immediate relation to an object, and that it has its own specific employment only through the instrumentality of the understanding. Reason does not create concepts but only orders them, and has as its sole object the understanding and its effective application. The reader may here be reminded that we have, throughout our examination of the dialectic, felt obliged to find fault with Kant on two counts. First, his investigation operates within a conceptual framework which we believe to be unsatisfactory in more ways than one, and in particular, we find insuperable difficulties in what Kant has to say about the so-called logical use of reason. Secondly, many of the statements Kant makes about understanding and reason and their relation to one another seem to us entirely unconvincing. For example, it is hard to see how, even on his own premises, he is entitled to argue that, in the last analysis, the ideas of reason turn out to be nothing more than categories extended beyond the sphere of their proper application. What has been said may suffice to show that the theory of reason offered in the appendix to the dialectic is unacceptable as it stands. However, at this early stage, it is, of course, impossible for us to explain to what extent we are prepared to concur with Kant's point of view, and our immediate task is to go on with our exposition of his argument. Kant's detailed inquiry into the idea of systematic unity is preceded by a number of passages in which he appeals to a concrete example with a view to indicating his general position. He 33(2) selects the notion of a fundamental power, explaining at some length the manner in which we make use of it in our study of nature. His reasoning upon this point runs roughly as follows. Among the various kinds of unity conceived of by the understanding there is one called power. Now, there is a logical maxim of reason, laying it down that, however much various powers may, at first sight, appear to differ from one another, it is incumbent upon us to detect their hidden identity and to reduce their seeming diversity, while presuming that, in the ultimate analysis, it is but one fundamental power which is manifested in them. That this maxim is originally confined to the domain of logic is indeed undeniable, for the demand for unity and economy, which is made here, is, in the first instance, the result of our desire to arrive at a more convenient classification of concepts and laws. However, further reflection goes to show that the principle in question does in fact immediately involve a transcendental principle, according to which systematic unity, or parsimony of principles, is conceived of not merely as an economical requirement of reason but as one of nature's own laws. Kant sums up his position in the following passage. It is, indeed, difficult to understand how there can be a logical principle by which reason prescribes the unity of rules, unless we also presuppose a transcendental principle whereby such systematic unity is a priori assumed to be necessarily inherent in the objects. For with what right can reason, in its logical employment, call upon us to treat the multiplicity of powers exhibited in nature as simply a disguised unity, and to derive this unity, so far as may be possible, from a fundamental power? How can reason do this, if it be free to admit as likewise possible that all powers may be heterogeneous, and such systematic unity of derivation may not be in conformity with nature? Reason would then run counter to its own vocation, proposing as its aim an idea quite inconsistent with the constitution of nature. Nor can we say that reason, while proceeding in accordance with its own principles, has arrived at knowledge of this unity through observation of the accidental constitution of nature. The law of reason, which requires us to seek for this unity, is a necessary law, since without it we should have no reason at all, and without reason no coherent employment of the understanding, and in the absence of this no sufficient criterion of FE 333 empirical truth. In order, therefore, to secure an empirical criterion, we have no option save to presuppose the systematic unity of nature as objectively valid and necessary. The general soundness of the arguments set out in the preceding section may be acknowledged even by those who feel that Kant's account is not in every way consistent with present-day scientific procedure. One thing, at any rate, cannot be seriously in doubt. The search for unity and uniformity in natural phenomena is fundamental to science, which accordingly requires a principle to guide it in this enterprise. Another point worth noting here is the following. In attempting to provide an explanation and justification of the postulate, that particular matters of fact are under the necessity of evidencing unity and order, Kant takes it for granted that this idea is no sooner conceived by the human mind than it sets itself an ideal goal of knowledge, i.e. that particulars are to be recognized as manifestations of an all-embracing universal, e.g. a first principle, a supreme law, a fundamental power, etc. This thesis may well turn out to be indefensible. However, that is by no means sufficient to endanger Kant's main position, since he may still be right on the following points. If experience, in the strict sense of that term, is to be possible at all, natural phenomena must not be totally different from one another but exhibit a certain degree of coherence and uniformity. The assumption that nature is subject to a law of fundamental unity, even in respect of the particular features of things, rests upon a principle which is a priori in character, not in the sense that it enables us to anticipate matters of fact, but in the sense that, apart from its application, certain matters of fact would not allow of being discovered. The principle in question is different in kind from the a priori principles of understanding, i.e. those concerned with laying down the conditions of objectivity as such. Certain issues cannot be profitably discussed at this early stage of our inquiry into Kant's theory of systematization. For example, we cannot here raise the question how much truth there is in Kant's view that the notion of systematic knowledge has its origin in reason, since his grounds for holding this view have up to now been left largely unexplained. Moreover, it is by no means clear as yet what degree of objectivity he is prepared to grant to the Prin. 334. Simple, which guides us in our search for homogeneity, or why he believes that it is, in the first instance, required for logical purposes only. However, Kant will elucidate all these matters in the sequel, and we shall do well, therefore, to go on with our exposition of his argument. In his discourse upon the idea of systematic knowledge, Kant has so far laid all the stress upon the point that this idea gives expression to the demand of the human mind that nature is to present it with resemblances and uniformities. He takes the same line in the passages we shall consider next. That such unity is to be found in nature, is presupposed by philosophers in the well-known scholastic maxim that rudiments or principles must not be unnecessarily multiplied. This maxim declares that things by their very nature supply material for the unity of reason, and that the seemingly infinite variety need not hinder us from assuming that behind this variety there is a unity of fundamental properties. If among the appearances which present themselves to us, there were so great a variety, that even the acutest human understanding could never by comparison of them detect the slightest similarity, The logical law of genera would have no sort of standing, we should not even have the concept of a genus, or indeed any other universal concept, and the understanding itself, which has to do solely with such concepts, would be non-existent. If, therefore, the logical principle of genera is to be applied to nature, it presupposes a transcendental principle. And in accordance with this latter principle, homogeneity is necessarily presupposed in the manifold of possible experience, for in the absence of homogeneity, no empirical concepts, and therefore no experience, would be possible. The most interesting feature of the arguments put forward in the passages quoted is that the principle of homogeneity is given a very wide field of application, and that Kant takes it to be operative, whenever there is the least tendency, on the part of the knower, to expect that sensible phenomena, instead of being all. The problem of the systematization of knowledge 335 totally unlike CLI another, will, on the contrary, be found to exhibit a certain degree of similarity. Kant's doctrine that a transcendental, or a priori, principle is involved in the supposition that the objects of experience are essentially homogeneous, requires to be interpreted with great care. He does indeed assert that we are entitled to postulate homogeneity as something which exists necessarily in the manifold of possible experience. However, he does not mean to suggest by this that we can know, prior to experience, to what extent we shall be successful. In fact, we cannot even be sure that we shall discover any uniformities at all. On the other hand, he believes one thing to be quite certain, namely, that, in the absence of homogeneity, experience proper must remain altogether impossible, and that, in consequence, we require a special principle of inquiry, so as to be enabled to look out for such homogeneity as may be capable of being encountered among the data presented to us. Those who are familiar with the teaching propounded in the Transcendental Analytic will attach a good deal of importance to Kant's observation that sensible phenomena must be supposed to resemble each other also in respect of their specific characteristics. In the earlier part of his work, Kant took it for granted that the fundamental principles of the understanding specified all the conditions required for experience strictly speaking. However, on further consideration, he is beginning to see that our knowledge is as much bound up with certain assumptions concerning the specific properties of things as it is with the principles of understanding, which ignore the particular content of experience altogether, and merely lay it down in what circumstances a sense-given manifold allows of being regarded as an object at all. Having shown that the search for unity is a fundamental feature of scientific investigation, Kant proceeds to point out that the principle which serves as our guide in this enterprise is counteracted by one having the very opposite tendency, namely, to provide us with the means of paying sufficient attention to differences. The logical principle of genera, which postulates identity, is balanced by another principle, namely, that of species, which calls for manifoldness and diversity in things, notwithstanding their agreement as coming under the same genus, and which prescribes 33.6. to the understanding that it is to attend to the diversity no less than to the identity. This law of specification can be formulated as being the principle, intium varietas non temere esse minuendas. But it is easily seen that this logical law would be without meaning and application if it did not rest upon a transcendental law of specification which imposes upon the understanding the obligation of seeking under every discoverable species for subspecies, and under every difference for yet smaller differences. This law of specification cannot be derived from experience, which can never open to our view any such extensive prospects. Empirical specification soon comes to a stop in the distinction of the manifold, if it be not guided by the antecedent transcendental law of specification, which, as a principle of reason, leads us to seek always for further differences, and to suspect their existence, even when the senses are unable to disclose them. Indeed, it is only on the assumption of differences in nature, just as it is also under the condition that its objects exhibit homogeneity, that we can have any faculty of understanding whatsoever. For the diversity of that which is comprehended under a concept is precisely what gives occasion for the employment of the concept and the exercise of the understanding. Kant's remarks upon the principle of specification supply further evidence that to a certain extent, at any rate he has become aware of the one-sidedness of his previous doctrine. What he is beginning to realize is that, so long as the human mind is content to appeal exclusively to those criteria which concern objectivity as such, no proper knowledge of anything will ever be obtained, and that, accordingly, we require additional directives for our study of the particular features of reality, one of these being the principle of specification. Kant's thesis that the principle in question is to be conceived of as essentially a priori in character is due to the following considerations. First, while he is indeed convinced that experience must be our sole guide in deciding how far specification actually extends, it seems to him that we should be unable to detect such differences as there are, unless we had, from the very outset, an essential interest in searching for them. Secondly, Kant believes 337 that our reason, in setting out to diversify the phenomena of nature, invariably comes to entertain the idea of a maximum of specification. And since he recognizes that this is an idea concerning a purely ideal set of circumstances, as distinct from one concerning an actual matter of fact ascertainable by way of empirical observation, he concludes that a principle proceeding on lines such as these involves an a priori element, and that it is impossible to think of it as having its origin in experience. \VE turn next to what Kant has to say about yet another principle which he believes to be bound up with reason's quest for systematic knowledge. This principle is supposed to bridge the gulf between the conflicting principles of homogeneity and specification, and the conception appealed to, with a view to accomplishing this aim, is that of a continuity of natural forms. Kant's account of the basic presuppositions at work in reason's law of continuity proceeds roughly as follows. There are not different, original, first genera isolated from each other and separated, as it were, by an empty intervening space. On the contrary, all the manifold genera are simply divisions of one single highest and universal genus. And from this it follows as its immediate consequence, dater continuum formarum, i.e. all differences of species border upon one another, and admit of no transition per saltum but only through all the smaller degrees of difference mediating between them. In short, no species or subspecies are, in the view of reason, the nearest possible to each other, still other intermediate species are always possible. Although the law of continuity belongs originally to the domain of logic, it yet immediately involves a law conceiving of continuity as a property actually exhibited in natural objects. The latter law must be allowed to be transcendental, or a priorits, seeing that, if it rested on empirical grounds, it would come later than the systems, whereas, in actual fact, it has itself given rise to all that is systematic in our knowledge of nature. That continuity of forms is nonetheless a mere idea to which no congruent object can be discovered in experience, should be evident from the following considerations. First, the species in nature are actually subdivided, and must therefore constitute a quantum discretum. Secondly, no determinate use can be made of the principle of continuity, which instructs us only in quite general terms that we are to seek for grades of affinity, while yielding no criterion whatsoever as to how far, and in what manner, we are to prosecute the search for them. There is no need to comment upon Kant's exposition of the principle of continuity, seeing that his view of it does not in any essential respect differ from that which he takes of the other principles involved in systematic knowledge. However, it will be well to raise here a number of questions of a more general character. Why does Kant feel certain that the notion of nature as a system is to be assigned to reason, not to the understanding? What are his grounds for believing that, in expecting of nature that she will become fully comprehensible to us, we are at once led to the idea that she is governed by a law of systematic interconnection? Our discussion of these questions will be somewhat protracted, and we must beg the reader to bear with us patiently. The first point to be taken note of is that Kant in many places draws attention to what seems to him a crucial distinction, i.e. that between a mere aggregate and a system. What is of decisive importance here is the way in which the whole and its parts are related to one another. An aggregate is simply a summation of parts. The whole which emerges, in the end, cannot therefore be said to be a whole in the strict sense at all. At any rate, there is nothing in it which could help us in any way to account for the manner in which the various parts are arranged. The case of a system is quite otherwise. Here the whole takes absolutely first place. Consequently, provided it be known to us what the whole is, or rather, what it is intended to be, we shall be in a position to make everything contained in it fully comprehensible to ourselves. The nature of the parts, as well as the manner in which they are to combine with each other, is here predetermined by the whole, and this implies that an analysis of the latter will be sufficient for the purpose of arriving at a perfect understanding of the former. It will soon appear that systematic arrangement is for Kant one and the same thing as arrangement in accordance with design. However, before going on to examine his teaching upon this issue, we shall do well to consult an interesting passage in which Kant 339 explains his distinction between an aggregate and a system by reference to a special case, that of knowledge. If we consider in its whole range the knowledge obtained for us by the understanding, we find that what is peculiarly distinctive of reason in its attitude to this body of knowledge, is that it prescribes and seeks to achieve its systematization, that is, to exhibit the connection of the parts in conformity with a single principle. This unity of reason always presupposes an idea, namely, that of the form of a whole of knowledge, a whole which is prior to the determinate knowledge of the parts and which contains the conditions that determine a priori for every part its position and relation to the other parts. This idea accordingly postulates a complete unity in the knowledge obtained by the understanding, by which this knowledge is to be not a mere contingent aggregate, but a system connected according to necessary laws. If Kant's argument in the passage quoted is to become properly intelligible, we must remind ourselves of the view he takes of the essential nature of reason. Reason's most characteristic feature is, in his opinion, that it aims at making our knowledge as perfect as possible, and that it invariably strives after an ultimate explanation of things. This may serve to account for Kant's belief that the concept of the universe as a system has its origin in reason. The idea of a systematic unity of nature involves, according to him, the presupposition that every part of the universe is, in the last analysis, deducible from the conception of the universe as a whole, and that each particular feature of reality will be found to be derivable from some supreme universal. Moreover, Kant is convinced that the knowledge we have here in mind is one which has been brought into a state of absolute perfection, and in consideration of this, he has no hesitation in putting forward the view that the conception of nature as a fully integrated system cannot originate anywhere but in reason. It will soon appear that Kant thinks of rational knowledge as having reference to a mere ideal incapable of full realization. However, before going on to deal with this point, we may be permitted to say a word about his thesis that systematic unity is essentially purposive unity. This follows for him directly from the fact that in the case of a system, as distinct from that of an aggregate, the 34-0 whole is conceived of as the source of the order manifested in the parts, and that we are called upon to explain how such a relationship is possible at all. In Kant's view, only one explanation will serve, namely, to suppose that some intelligence or other has, from the first, entertained the idea of the whole, and has caused the parts to combine in a certain predetermined manner. Our next business is with Kant's account of the factor of subjectivity in the principles of systematization. He insists throughout that, since they are directed towards a goal which is never fully attainable within experience, they cannot be allowed to be objective in the strict sense of that term. Kant discusses this point at considerable length, and explains his position in many different ways. For example, in one place, he contends that systematic unity is only a projected unity to be thought of not as given in itself but only as a problem. In other places again, the principles of systematization are spoken of as being nothing more than maxims which have a merely heuristic or regulative character. It is easy enough to understand why Kant lays so much stress upon his doctrine that systematic knowledge contains an essentially subjective element. He believes that the postulate of a systematic unity of nature obliges the human mind to have recourse, first of all, to the idea of a form of cognition capable of establishing truth by way of a purely deductive procedure, and secondly, to the idea of a supernatural agency which has made nature subservient to its own purposes. It can thus hardly be a matter of surprise that he should wish to impose the most severe limitations, in respect of objective validity, upon a method of investigation relying upon concepts which, to all appearances, have the most dangerous metaphysical implications. Before I go on with my examination of Kant's discourse upon systematic knowledge, I should like to say a word about his doctrine concerning the transcendental ideas as the source of merely regulative principles, and about the various reasons which have decided me not to concern myself with this doctrine in the present chapter. Kant argues in the appendix to the dialectic that a proper employment can be found for all the various ideas of reason, the psychological, the cosmological and the theological, 34:1, and he explains at length the manner in which they may assist us in bestowing upon empirical knowledge a higher degree of perfection than would otherwise be possible. I believe his observations upon this issue to be open to the following objections. First, he seems to me to fail in his effort to establish that the notion of a substantial soul can, when used with proper care, make an important contribution towards our understanding of mental phenomena. Secondly, what he has to say about the cosmological ideas as the source of merely regulative principles amounts to no more than a restatement of the doctrine previously offered in the chapter on the antinomies. Thirdly, his remarks upon the regulative employment of the concept of God remain largely unintelligible, unless the reader reminds himself that this concept signifies, in the context of the present argument, essentially the same as the concept of a purposeful intelligence which is at work in reason's postulate of a systematic unity of nature. A critical examination of the view Kant takes of this latter concept is thus the only thing which will enable us to assess the value of his teaching. Let us now return to Kant's theory of systematization. He believes, as we have seen, that systematic knowledge bases itself upon three distinct principles, those of homogeneity, specification, and continuity. Moreover, his conviction that principles appealed to with a view to system building can never be anything other than mere maxims or rules of direction, is greatly strengthened by his coming to realize that various, and indeed conflicting, tendencies are at work in reason's quest for systematic knowledge. For example, Kant notes that the principle of homogeneity makes precisely the same claim to absolute validity as the principle of specification, which is based upon the very opposite assumption, namely, that nature will prove infinitely diversified. And he concludes from this that neither principle can be what it at first sight appears, and that there is only one way of bringing them into harmony with one another, namely, to regard them as mere rules of direction which, although perfectly capable of assisting us in our empirical investigations, are yet incompetent to give us knowledge of objective matters of fact, in the strict sense of that term. This brings us to a point closely connected with that just discussed. There are many places where Kant lays all the stress upon. 342. The essentially subjective status of the principles employed by the human mind for the purpose of studying nature in a systematic fashion. For example, on p. 694, he propounds the following argument: I entitle all subjective principles which are derived not from the constitution of an object but from the interest of reason in respect of a certain possible perfection of the knowledge of the object, maxims of reason. There are therefore maxims of speculative reason, which rest entirely on its own speculative interest, although they seem to be objective principles. The puzzle about statements of this sort is that Kant is just as liable to assert the opposite, i.e. that the principles of systematization are entitled totally claim to objective validity. This apparent contradiction can be resolved as follows. In insisting upon the factor of subjectivity in the principles of homogeneity, specification, and continuity, Kant does not mean to suggest that they are arbitrary or have no application to objects. He speaks of them as subjective, because their ultimate source is the need of the human mind to look upon nature as something which it can make fully comprehensible to itself, and because they presuppose certain concepts the concern of which is not with anything objectively existent at all but with human knowledge as it would be if it were brought into a state of absolute perfection. Kant attaches special importance to this latter feature, making time and again the point that, when, in our empirical studies, we have recourse to the notion of homogeneity, or else those of specification and continuity. The reference is in each case to a maximum which can be approximated to but is never completely attainable. On the other hand, he feels equally certain that, although it is mere ideas which make their appearance in the principles of systematization, they are none the less objective, in the sense that they cannot be done without, and that we are obliged to resort to them, if we are to make proper progress in our inquiries into natural phenomena. We turn next to what seems to us in many ways Kant's most interesting thesis in this connection, namely, that the conception of nature as subject to a principle of systematic order involves in some sort of way the notion of a supreme intelligence. He explains his point of view in this matter in the following passages. But reason cannot think this systematic unity otherwise than by 343. Giving to the idea of this unity an object, and since experience can never give an example of complete systematic unity, the object which we have to assign to the idea is not such as experience can ever supply. This object, as thus entertained by reason, is a mere idea. It is not assumed as something that is real absolutely and in itself, but is postulated only problematically. In order that we may view all connection of the things of the world of sense as if they had their ground in such a being. In thus proceeding, our sole purpose is to secure that systematic unity which is indispensable to reason, and which while furthering in every way the empirical knowledge obtainable by the understanding can never interfere to hinder or obstruct it. We misapprehend the meaning of this idea if we regard it as the assertion or even the assumption of a real thing, to which we may proceed to ascribe the ground of the systematic order of the world. On the contrary, what this ground which eludes our concepts may be in its own inherent constitution is left entirely undetermined. The idea is posited only as being the point of view from which alone that unity, which is so essential to reason and so beneficial to the understanding, can be further extended. In short, this transcendental thing is only the schema of the regulative principle by which reason, so far as lies in its power, extends systematic unity over the whole field of experience. In seeking to assess the value of the argument propounded in these passages, we must not be put off by the artificiality of Kant's language. For example, it is indeed somewhat strange to find him contending that reason, in looking upon nature as exhibiting systematic order, is inevitably led to the thought of a something to be regarded as the ground of that order. However, in fairness to Kant, two things should be kept clearly in mind. First, he is thinking here of reason, in so far it proceeds quite naively and uncritically. Secondly, the very point of his observations is, of course, to show that the notion of an entity from which the systematic order of nature is to be derived is, in actual fact, only an idea which does not stand for anything real at all. It remains to inquire what status Kant wishes to assign to this idea. He speaks of it as being simply a point of view reason adopts, so as to be enabled to conceive of systematic unity as something permitting of the widest possible application. I believe that the 344 best way of elucidating this somewhat obscure statement is to indicate Kant's position in terms such as the following. He is convinced that systematization of knowledge is a rational process, indeed, that the notion of a wholly integrated system of nature signifies the supreme ideal of rationality, and he proceeds to ask himself what are the implications of our postulate that nature will satisfy our demand for systematic unity. His answer is that, when nature is thought of as ultimately reducible to a system, it is being treated as if it came under the jurisdiction of an intelligence causing it to behave in a reasonable manner, and the standard of reasonableness appealed to here is that the better nature becomes known to us the more certain we shall feel of the correctness of our original hypothesis. What has been said may serve to throw a certain amount of light upon Kant's doctrine that the idea of systematic order implies that of a sense transcendent intelligence. However, since there is still a good deal of ambiguity and obscurity about Kant's teaching upon this issue, further efforts are required of us if we are to arrive at a proper understanding of his point of view. The best chance of making progress is to proceed to an examination of the observations Kant makes upon the nature of the teleological principle. In the first critique he does not as yet properly distinguish between what he calls systematic and purposive unity. As an instance of this, the following passage may be referred to. This highest formal unity, which rests solely on concepts of reason, is the purpose of unity of things. The speculative interest of reason makes it necessary to regard all order in the world as if it had originated in the purpose of a supreme reason. Such a principle opens out to our reason, as applied in the field of experience, altogether new views as to how the things of the world may be connected according to teleological laws, and so enables it to arrive at their greatest systematic unity. The assumption of a supreme intelligence, as the one and only cause of the universe, though in the idea alone, can therefore always benefit reason and can never injure it. There is no great difficulty in understanding why Kant believes himself entitled to treat systematic and purposive unity as equiva 345 lengths. The identity of the two is, in his opinion, due to the fact that they are both taken to have their origin in design, and to remain inexplicable except by reference to an intelligent being working in accordance with a plan. Or to put it in a different way, systematic and teleological unity are for Kant expressions of rational order par excellence. A critical examination of Kant's teaching upon this point goes to show that it is open to a number of objections. For example, while he may well be right in holding that systematic and teleological order are like one another, in respect of certain features, it is difficult to understand why he should treat them as completely identical. Secondly, the observations made upon purposive unity in the appendix to the dialectic leave it an open question how far the applicability of the teleological principle is to extend. Is it to be valid only with regard to certain natural phenomena, e.g. organisms, or does Kant wish to concede validity to it even with regard to nature as a whole? Lastly, throughout Kant's discourse upon purposiveness in the first critique, it appears to be assumed that the idea present to the human mind, when it conceives of things as exhibiting design, is that of God, or a supreme being. But all that the teleological approach requires, on Kant's own showing, is recourse to the notion of intelligence in quite general terms, and it would thus seem somewhat doubtful whether there was any need for him to bring in the idea of God at all. Kant offers in the Critique of Judgment a greatly improved version of his theory of purposiveness. We shall devote the last part of the present chapter to a consideration of the views he propounds there, and it will then appear that he reasons much more carefully, in this later work, and that most of his previous errors and ambiguities are duly corrected. For the time being, however, our attention must be confined to the Critique of Pure Reason, our immediate task being to bring Kant's principal thesis into greater prominence than we have found possible up to now. We have seen that Kant believes the idea of a supreme being to be operative in all those cases in which natural phenomena are interpreted on teleological lines. Moreover, we may note here that the argument Kant propounds, in setting out to ascertain the precise status of the idea in question, takes very much the course 1. 346 would expect. He insists that we must be satisfied with using the concept of a supreme intelligence in a merely regulative fashion. The teleological approach does admittedly presuppose the notion of an intelligent activity fashioning things in such a way as to make them subserve certain ends. However, since we find that our knowledge of nature is enriched in every way by the adoption of the teleological point of view, we are fully justified in resorting to the idea of design, so long as one all-important matter is kept clearly in mind. Our appeal to a designer ought not to be taken as signifying an actual being beyond nature. In fact, all that it signifies is something like this. In the case of certain natural objects we feel obliged to postulate a special kind of connection, differing essentially from mechanical connection, inasmuch as the parts of the object are here so closely integrated into the whole to which they belong, that there seems to be no other way of arriving at a proper understanding of their individual nature as well as of their relation to one another except to give absolute precedence to the idea of the whole, and to look upon the latter as that from which everything else ultimately derives. There are many different ways in which Kant expresses his conviction that, while the idea of a supreme intelligence is perfectly admissible, when employed in a merely regulative manner, i.e. as a guide to experience, it becomes wholly meaningless, in the real sense of that term, once it is taken to have reference to an actual entity. His point of view in this matter is stated with particular clarity in the following passages. The assumption of a supreme intelligence, as the one and only cause of the universe, though in the idea alone, can therefore always benefit reason and can never injure it. And provided we restrict ourselves to a merely regulative use of this principle, even error cannot do us any serious harm. For the worst that can happen would be that where we expected to find a teleological connection, we find only a mechanical connection. In such a case, we merely fail to find the additional unity, we do not destroy the unity upon which reason insists in its empirical employment. But even a disappointment of this sort cannot affect the teleological law itself, in its general bearing. For although an anatomist can be convicted of error when he assigns to some member of an animal body an end which it can 347 be clearly shown not to subserve, it is yet quite impossible to prove in any given case that an arrangement of nature, be it what it may, subserves no end whatsoever. If, however, we overlook this restriction of the idea to a merely regulative use, reason is led into mistaken paths. For it then leaves the ground of experience, which alone can contain the signs that mark out its proper course, and ventures out beyond it to the incomprehensible and unsearchable, rising to dizzy heights where it finds itself entirely cut off from all possible action in conformity with experience. VVE turn next to Kant's remarks upon the various dangers we incur when the proper procedure is reversed, and the idea of a supreme intelligence is dealt with, as if it were intended for the purpose of determining an actual entity. His reasoning upon this issue starts as follows: the first error which arises from our using the idea of a supreme being in a manner contrary to the nature of an idea, that is, constitutively, is the error of ignovoratio. We may so entitle every principle which makes us regard our investigation into nature, on any subject, as absolutely complete, disposing reason to cease from further inquiry, as if it had entirely succeeded in the task which it has set itself. Kant's argument in this passage explains itself. The same holds good for what he has to say about the objections to be brought against the method of so-called physico-theology, and we may thus confine ourselves to a quotation of the text. These detrimental consequences are even more obvious in the dogmatic treatment of our idea of a supreme intelligence, and in the theological system of nature which is falsely based upon it. For in this field of inquiry, if instead of looking for causes in the universal laws of material mechanism, we appeal directly to the unsearchable decree of supreme wisdom, all those ends which are exhibited in nature, together with the many ends which are only ascribed by us to nature, make our investigation of the causes a very easy task, and so enable us to regard the labor of reason as completed, when, as a matter of fact, we have merely dispensed with its employment. 348. Having explained what he understands by a principle of ignovoratio, Kant goes on to show that a dogmatic treatment of the concept of a supreme intelligence may be the source of yet another error to be entitled the principle of perverseratio. His reasoning upon this point proceeds roughly as follows. The second error resulting from a misapprehension of the principle of systematic unity is that of perverseratio. The idea of systematic unity was to be the basis of a merely regulative principle, and our belief to have approximated to completeness in its employment was to be justified only in proportion as we were in a position to verify such unity in empirical fashion. However, we think fit to adopt the reverse procedure. We not only presuppose a principle of purposive unity but hypostatize it. Moreover, since the concept of a supreme intelligence is, so far as we are concerned, entirely incomprehensible, we proceed to determine it in anthropomorphic terms, imposing ends upon nature, in a forcible and dictatorial manner, instead of pursuing the more reasonable course of searching for them by the path of physical investigation. But the inevitable consequence of all this is that teleology, appealed to originally solely with a view that it might help us to complete the unity of nature, not only tends to abrogate such unity, but also prevents reason from carrying out its own professed purpose, that of proving from nature the existence of a supreme intelligent cause. The regulative principle prescribes that systematic unity is to be presupposed as a unity of nature. If, however, we begin with the supreme purpose of being, This does, in actual fact, amount to a surrender of this unity. The above argument, which has been reproduced in a somewhat condensed form, does not call for any special comment, and this applies likewise to the following passage, in which Kant explains once again the correct manner of making use of the principle of systematic, or purposive, unity. To take the regulative principle of the systematic unity of nature as being a constitutive principle, and to hypostatize, and to presuppose as a cause, that which serves, merely in idea, as the ground of the consistent employment of reason, is simply to confound reason. The investigation of nature takes its own independent course. It does indeed proceed in accordance with the idea of an author of the universe, but not in order to deduce 349 therefrom the purposiveness for which it is ever on the watch, but in order to obtain knowledge of the existence of such an author from this purposiveness. And by seeking this purposiveness in the essence of the things of nature, and so far as may be possible in the essence of things in general, it seeks to know the existence of this Supreme Being as absolutely necessary. Whether this latter enterprise succeed or not, the idea remains always true in itself, and justified in its use, provided it be restricted to the conditions of a merely regulative principle. Our examination of the theory of purposiveness advocated in the first critique has now been brought to a close. Kant's principal thesis is, of course, that although the teleological approach to natural phenomena does admittedly imply reference to something sense-transcendent, any metaphysical inferences one may wish to draw from this are nonetheless wholly unwarranted. In setting out to raise the question how much truth there is in Kant's teaching about this issue, we shall do well to note, first of all, that Kant presents his case somewhat clumsily. After all, what is he called upon to prove? This might be stated, for instance, in terms such as the following. While it is perfectly true that, when we conceive of natural phenomena as exhibiting design, they are looked upon as if they had their origin in intelligent activity, there are yet no good grounds why we should hesitate to resort to this method of investigation, provided we are careful to remember two things. First, our postulate of a teleological order must not afford us any temptation to go beyond the field of experience. On the contrary, teleology is to be regarded merely as an additional tool of empirical knowledge which is to make it easier for us to render certain facts comprehensible to ourselves. Secondly, the notion of a mind to be held responsible for the presence of teleological connections in nature should on no account be taken to denote an actual entity. The above may suffice as an outline of Kant's general position, and there is thus far no reason for finding fault with him. On the other hand, there can be no serious doubt that, in working out the details of his theory, he employs a method which is distinctly unsatisfactory. He alleges throughout that the notion of a supreme being is bound up with the teleological principle. But, surely, by failing to make the least distinction between the notion of a 350 supreme being ad that which he takes to be involved in the principle of purposiveness, Kant makes things unnecessarily difficult for himself. At any rate, this identification of the two notions obliges him to expound his teaching in very artificial terms. As an instance of this, we may refer to his statement that the postulate of the existence of a supreme being is unobjectionable, so long as it is understood that it is not a real object but an object only in the idea, and that it is to be assumed only in the relative sense, as distinct from being assumed absolutely. This is strange language indeed, especially since Kant's readiness to have recourse to the expression supreme being might tend to suggest to some readers, at any rate, that he cannot, after all, be so entirely out of sympathy with those who wish to deal with the problem of teleology along metaphysical lines. True enough, once his reasoning is analyzed with proper care, all suspicions of this sort will prove wholly unfounded, and it will then be seen that Kant's reinterpretation of the notion of a supreme being has the effect that its original meaning gets lost altogether. However, I cannot help feeling that Kant could have brought out his point of view much more satisfactorily by a clear indication, from the start, that teleology requires no more than the vindication of our right to entertain the idea of a purposeful intelligence in quite general and indeterminate terms. I have suggested earlier in this chapter that Kant's third critique contains a much more subtle analysis of the teleological principle than that provided in the Critique of Pure Reason. As for the first critique, the main weakness of Kant's argument is that no convincing explanation is given anywhere as to how precisely the problem of purposiveness arises. Things are quite otherwise in the Critique of Judgment, for there Kant takes a great deal of trouble to give an account of the various reasons which compel the human mind to conceive of nature as essentially purposive. There is no need to embark upon a detailed exegesis of Kant's text, yet it will be well worth our while to bring out his central thesis. Kant's starting point is his realization that the a priori principles of the understanding are insufficient to account for the intelligibility of nature. These principles, he reminds himself, do no more than lay down the conditions of objectivity in general. This leaves open the possibility that every object of experience might 35(1) prove to be totally different from every other, that we might find particular laws to be wholly unrelated to one another, in fact, that the human mind might never succeed in discovering any law at all. On the other hand, one thing is, of course, not open to doubt, namely, that if we are to stand any chance of acquiring knowledge, in the proper sense of that term, we must be given the right to presuppose, not only that no unlimited diversity and heterogeneity is to be met with in nature, but over and above this, that natural laws and forms will lend themselves in every way to becoming embodied in a fully articulated system. Having shown that the understanding is unconcerned about the particular features of reality, that the conception of experience as a system is foreign to it, and that, in consequence, the a priori principles to which it gives rise cannot by themselves guarantee the possibility of knowledge, Kant proceeds to raise the following questions. Which of our cognitive faculties is to be held responsible for the postulate that sensible reality is essentially systematic? Secondly, what sort of nature is it we have in mind in expecting to encounter the greatest possible unity in experience? Kant answers the first question by alleging that the idea of natural forms and laws as governed by a principle of systematic order has its source in the faculty of judgment. His answer to the second question is that, if sensible reality is to be thought of as complying with our wish to find systematic interconnection everywhere, we are obliged to personify nature, as it were, presuming that, instead of allowing things to remain unrelated to one another, she has on the contrary, and this merely with a view to enabling us to understand her, seen fit to exercise the greatest possible skill and ingenuity in their arrangement. Kant seeks to bring out the specific character of this presupposition, which he believes to be implicit in the conception of experience as a system, by speaking of an art, or technique, of nature. In other places again he speaks of nature's logical, or formal, purposiveness on behalf of the faculty of judgment. By way of commenting upon this, we may say provisionally that, if Kant's argument is somewhat hard to follow, this is largely the result of his over-technical and highly artificial language. However, before going on to assess the value of his teaching, it will be well to quote a number of passages which may serve to prove 35(2) vide at least some sort of clue to the general nature of the doctrine he recommends. The faculty of reflective judgment, in concerning itself with given appearances, so as to bring them under concepts of determinate things of nature, proceeds not schematically but technically, not merely, so to speak, mechanically, but artfully, in conformity with the universal, yet at the same time indeterminate, principle of a purposive arrangement of nature in a system. And this arrangement is supposed to prevail, as it were, for the benefit of the faculty of judgment, the particular laws being adapted to the possibility of experience as a system, an assumption apart from which we cannot hope to find our way in a labyrinth, with its multiplicity of possible particular laws. In this way, then, the faculty of judgment makes the technique of nature the a priori principle of its reflection, without, however, being able to explain it any further, and without having at its disposal any objective determining ground derived from universal concepts of nature. It is evident that the faculty of judgment could not undertake to classify nature, according to its empirical differences, unless it were assumed that nature itself specified its transcendental laws in conformity with some principle. Now this principle is no other than that of nature's adaptation to the faculty of judgment itself, and the power of the latter of encountering sufficient kinship, among the limitless manifoldness of things according to empirical laws, to make it possible to bring them under empirical concepts, and thus to arrive at an empirical system of nature. All those formulae which have become current, nature takes the shortest way. She does nothing in vain, she makes no leaps in the manifoldness of forms, she is rich in species, yet, at the same time, sparing of genera, etc., are nothing else than just this transcendental expression of the faculty of judgment, which, for its own special use, lays down a principle for experience as a system. Neither understanding nor reason can establish such a law of nature in an a priori fashion. That nature should have to conform to our understanding in its merely formal laws is indeed easily understood. However, in respect of the particular laws and their manifoldness and heterogeneity, it is free from all limitations by our legislative faculty of knowledge. And if, with a view to unifying particular laws, we ascend invariably from the empirically particular to the universal, although still empirical, the principle thus established rests upon nothing but an assumption made by the faculty of judgment on its own behalf. Moreover, such a principle cannot be derived from experience, seeing that it has to be presupposed, if it is to be possible to conduct empirical inquiries in a systematic fashion. The proper significance of Kant's theory of systematic knowledge in the third critique can be brought out best by contrasting it with his earlier theory. His original supposition that systematic unity is an idea of reason is, to a large extent, responsible for his thesis that principles which conceive of natural laws and objects as exhibiting systematic connections must in some sort of way involve the notion of a supreme being beyond nature. This is why he is compelled to argue at length that we have none the less no right at all to assume the actual existence of such a being. In the third critique the position is very different. Systematization of knowledge is here said to have its source in the faculty of judgment, and it is thus made plain, from the start, that no reference to anything sense-transcendent is intended, and that, in conceiving of experience as a system, we have no other aim than that of being provided with a reliable guide for our investigations into natural phenomena. Moreover, Kant's remarks upon the implications of the principle of the faculty of judgment leave no doubt that his doctrine is resolutely anti-metaphysical. He is indeed fully convinced that the postulate of systematic knowledge implies the view that nature proceeds intelligently in the arrangement of its phones and laws. On the other hand, he reminds us time and time again that nature's so-called technique or purposiveness is presupposed by the faculty of judgment solely in the interests of human knowledge, and that this alone may serve to show how impossible it is to hypostatize the source from which it allegedly derives. Indeed, who could seriously entertain the idea that there 354 is a supernatural being which merely, with a view to pleasing us, has taken the trouble to arrange things in an orderly and coherent fashion? It remains to say a word about Kant's doctrine that systematization of knowledge rests upon a transcendental, or a priori, principle. This is not meant to suggest that we can be certain, independently of actual experience, that natural laws and objects will be found to be systematically connected, neither is there any suggestion here that the human mind is the cause of systematic connections. What Kant really believes is that, unless reality were, from the very beginning, approached from a specific point of view, we should be unable to discover such systematic relations as might exist, and that, in consequence, principles of systematization ought to be thought of as specifying certain a priori conditions but for which a particular sort of experience would be unobtainable. Kant lays equal stress upon the subjective and the a priori character of our assumption that the whole realm of nature is permeated by a law of essential orderliness and uniformity. In this way his attention is drawn to what he believes to be a most perplexing problem. While there is no denying that the human mind is under the necessity of demanding the greatest possible affinity among phenomena, there can, on the other hand, be no guarantee whatever that this requirement of the knowing subject will be met by the real world. On the contrary, it is perfectly conceivable that we might be confronted with a chaotic aggregate of objects and laws, and that no trace of a system could be found anywhere. To bring out this point, Kant contrasts the a priori principles of the understanding with the principle which originates in the faculty of judgment. His contention is that, whereas there is nothing to be surprised at in nature's agreement with the former principles, it is hard to discover any rational basis for our expectation that reality will satisfy likewise the demands the human mind must make regarding particulars and the way they are related to one another. Kant's solution of the problem is that, although certainty in this matter is indeed out of the question, there are no grounds at all why we should despair of success. On the contrary, we have every right to approach the sphere of the particular with a view 355 to ascertaining how much orderliness and uniformity is to be met with in sensible reality. In proceeding to assess the value of Kant's doctrine concerning the universal laws of nature and their necessary conformity with our understanding, we shall do well to remind ourselves of the view Kant takes of the status of these laws. His doctrine is that they have their origin in our intellect. Now, if this were really so, it would indeed be true to say that nature must, in respect of its most general laws, comply with the needs of the knowing subject. On the other hand, it will then have to be admitted also that our recognition of this fact about nature can do no more than draw attention to something which has been fairly obvious all along. It remains to be shown that the position is not altered in any significant respect, even though Kant's theory of the understanding be reinterpreted on the lines recommended throughout the present book. We have argued in earlier parts of this work that, while Kant's doctrine of universal laws of nature gives rise to insuperable difficulties, he is essentially right in alleging that empirical knowledge bases itself upon a number of a priori principles concerned with laying down conditions of objectivity in general, and this is why we find nothing to object to in his assertion that all objects of experience must accord with the fundamental principles of our understanding. However, it is evident surely that no special significance can be attached to such a statement, since it merely brings out a feature which is simply in the very nature of these principles. We turn next to what Kant has to say about the principle of systematization and the various problems arising in connection with it. That his teaching on this issue is of considerable value and importance is, in my opinion, not open to serious doubt. It seems to me, in the first place, that there is a good deal to be said for his thesis that empirical knowledge, strictly speaking, presupposes a distinctive principle of inquiry, to be regarded as the ground of our expectation that the greatest possible orderliness and coherence are to be met with in nature. Secondly, I believe him to be fully justified in drawing attention to the puzzling character of our assumption that reality will do everything to let our hopes come 356 to fruition. Thirdly, if it indeed be true that the human mind cannot avoid placing its trust in a hypothesis of so curious and perplexing a character, it is obvious surely that the recognition of this fact must have the effect of throwing altogether new light upon the whole problem of the a priori. This last point can be brought out best in the following manner. Let us suppose, for the sake of argument, that Kant's theory of a priori principles of understanding is untenable, and that the human mind is, in fact, perfectly capable of differentiating between the subjective and the objective, without this involving any a priori activity at all. This is a view which will commend itself to the large majority of present-day philosophers. However, one thing should be fairly obvious, namely, that the falsity of Kant's doctrine concerning a number of a priori principles which function as criteria of objectivity as such, does not by any means justify the inference that empirical knowledge does not involve any a priori factor at all. On the contrary, it may well be the case that, if we are to be in a position to make sense-given particulars comprehensible to ourselves, we must approach them in a certain predetermined manner, on the ground that the process of discovery would never start at all, were it not assumed beforehand that the more things became known to us the more clearly they would reveal themselves as parts of a unified whole. This is the theory Kant advocates in the Third Critique, and it is considerations such as those just mentioned which are responsible for his insistence upon the a priori status of the principles by which we are guided in our efforts to systematize our knowledge. In conclusion, I may be permitted to comment very briefly upon Kant's analysis of teleological judgments in the Third Critique. The first point to be noted is that Kant no longer identifies the teleological principle and that of systematization, and that, while he acknowledges them to be closely connected with one another, he yet refuses to treat them as equivalents. He remarks in several places that it is perfectly possible to assume a logical, or formal, purposiveness of nature, without this in any way entailing the view that certain things in nature are to be thought of as having their origin in design, i.e. as exhibiting real purposiveness. Another significant feature of Kant's teaching about teleology in 357, the third critique, is that he considers it to be strictly limited in the field of its application. His contention is throughout that organisms are, properly speaking, the only objects in nature in reference to which the teleological principle can be legitimately used. Lastly, it is interesting to take note of the various ways in which Kant signifies his conviction that, although the teleological principle does indeed involve the notion of a mind which makes matter subservient to design, there is nothing in this which would warrant the drawing of metaphysical inferences. He insists that teleological judgments can be employed for the purposes of reflection only, not for that of determining things objectively. Moreover, he shows that, since an element of subjectivity is of their very essence, it is wholly inconceivable that we should be enabled by their means to transcend experience and to acquire knowledge of some supersensible reality. In an effort to establish this point, Kant relies in places on a most characteristic line QF reasoning, which we shall briefly summarize before bringing the present book to a close. It is quite true that the human mind finds it wholly impossible to dispense with teleological explanations, when it is called upon to make organic phenomena intelligible to itself. For the relationship between the whole and its parts is here such that nothing will be properly understood, so long as we cling to the principle of mechanism, according to which a whole is never to be regarded as anything more than a mere summation of its parts. Yet, while there is indeed no doubt at all that a strictly naturalistic approach is, in the case of organisms, wholly inappropriate, this can lend no support whatever to the thesis that we have the power of transcending nature. On the contrary, our need to have recourse to teleological considerations, in the explanation of the organic world, supplies evidence of the finite character of our intelligence, and it may be confidently asserted that considerations of this sort would be inoperative in the case of an intelligence which was equipped with perfect insight into the nature of things. In short, since the fact that we are, in certain instances, compelled to interpret phenomena on teleological lines is a sign of the inevitable limits set to human knowledge, nothing could be more seriously mistaken than to suppose that teleology might help us to get beyond experience, and give us entry into the realm of the supernatural.